Good morning. We're going to bring the Board of Supervisors meeting to order for May 16th. Roll call.
Supervisor Foy.
Here.
Supervisor Long.
Here.
Supervisor Bennett.
Here.
Supervisor Parks.
Here.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here. Okay. Please join me to pledge to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Now the minutes for May 19th. What's the pleasure of the board? Okay, going to first and a second. Please vote. And that is approved. Next item is agenda review. Michael.
Thank you, Chair Zaragoza. Item 4, minutes of the May 9, 2017 meeting. Revised page 17, number 49 has been submitted. Item 15, Healthcare Agency, BCMC approval to execute an amendment to the custodial services contract with Cervicon. Request removal from the agenda. That's item 15. Item 19, Public Works approval of and authorization for a 2-year lease agreement for continued use of microwave communication dish facility. A revised Exhibit 1 has been submitted. Item 28, Supervisor Bennett and Supervisor Zaragoza. Recommendation of Supervisor Bennett and Zaragoza to receive and file a report back regarding farm worker issues. Request to be removed from the agenda and to be heard on June 6, 2017. And a comment letter has been submitted from Charles Spraggins. Item 35, CEO's Office, public hearing regarding adoption of resolutions regarding establishing and amending the service rates and fees for various services of the county, watershed protection district, and fire protection district. For fiscal year 2017-18, the board letter and attachments 1 through 17 have been submitted. In addition, agenda page 8 was revised to reflect the title in the board letter. Item 38, CEO's Office received and filed a report back on the feasibility of the County of Ventura entering into a long-term lease with the Free Clinic of Simi Valley, a property located at 2003 Royal Avenue in Simi. A board letter and exhibits 1 through 3 have been submitted. Item 40, Board of Supervisors, recommendation of Supervisor Bennett to adopt the legislative platform position of oppose on AB 943 regarding increasing the voter approval threshold for local land use initiatives and convey this position to our legislators. Revised Exhibit 1, a comment letter from Charles Spraggins have been submitted. Item 41, CEO's Office, adoption of a resolution establishing 2 classifications and salary ranges, amending 4 classifications, and deleting 3 classifications. Comment letter from Mary Elena Miller has been submitted. Item 42, CEO's Office, adoption of a resolution to provide additional salary and benefits for up to a maximum of 11 months for unrepresented employees called to active military duty in combat, preparation for combat, or for the war on terrorism. The board letter and exhibits 1 through 3 have been submitted. In addition, agenda page 10 was revised to reflect the title in the board letter. Item 43, CEO's Office, Countywide Continuum of Care's Ventura County 2017 Homeless Count and Subpopulation Survey. A PowerPoint's been submitted. Item 47, Resource Management Agency approval to appoint Brian Baca as an extra help employee. Comment letters from Michael Shapiro and Kimberly Rivers have been submitted. And then finally, addendum agenda, there's a consent item. Item 55, Healthcare Agency, BCMC approval of the second amendment to the agreement for acute dialysis services with Hemostat, Inc. And that's it. No, other than that, no changes.
Is that all?
Let me check page 3. Let's see.
Okay. I'm going to have to recuse myself from an item 25, one section is 5th District, Supervisor Foy, for that. When we get there. Okay, so our next item is the movement of inspiration. Okay. Got a motion, and we need a second. Okay. Please vote. Okay, that's approved. Our next item is we have the City of Oxnard PD, and drag racing against gangs and graffiti. And we have In the audience, we have Cindy Hoekstra and Chief Benitez, but I'm calling up Sandra Carrillo and also Charles Woodruff, Sergeant. And who else do I have there? Sorry.
Daniel Shrub, Sergeant.
Okay. Anyway, they're going to give us a little moment of inspiration, some drag racing against graffiti and gangs. Go ahead. Thank you. Welcome.
Well, good morning, Chair, staff, Board of Supervisors. Again, I'm Daniel Shrub, Sergeant with the Oxnard Police Department, and this guy here.
Charles Woodruff, Sergeant with the Oxnard Police Department, too.
Welcome, Daniel. Again.
Yeah, we're excited to be here, and we just wanted to visit the County Board of Supervisors to introduce a program that's been around for a little while with the City of Oxnard for about 6 years now, and it is our youth automotive program that targets at-risk kids in our communities. We pretty much recruit them with kind of a cool, flashy police car into the classrooms where they can learn about automotive at different levels, whether it's beginners, intermediate, or advanced levels. So the Ventura County Office of Education has partnered up with us so that these children also receive school credit. So we're excited about it, and I know we have a video presentation that will kind of go over everything. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah. Okay.
We can go ahead and cue the video.
No, it's going to be a video.
Yeah, it's a
Yep.
video.
They probably heard us up there. Well, it's coming up. I've had the opportunity to go see the kids working and the youth working on those on those cars, and it's really great. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, we have two files. One was a video and one was the PowerPoint.
Is it, do we have a video or PowerPoint? Okay, PowerPoint then.
We'll start with the
Okay.
PowerPoint. So when you ask what is drag racing against gangs and graffiti, again, as Sergeant Shrub alluded to, it was a program we started about 8 years ago. We put together law enforcement, the education, and automotive industry to come together to help some of the youth that's out there in the city of Oxnard. We were both gang officers, and we saw the need where if there was a student that was out there going the wrong direction, if they were shown the right direction, they would go there. So we put together this program. We started out with our first car, which was an '06 Mustang. Again, flashy, kids liked it, brought the attention together, brought sponsors together. Then we opened up a shop, and with that shop, we actually brought it into an ROP program. So now it's not going to go anymore.
You got to aim it too. Not to Brian, to the screen.
Don't worry, we make it as complicated as we possibly can.
We'll get one of our students to come by. But with this, we bring the students in. Again, Ventura County Office of Education is our leading education behind it. They pay some of our teachers to come in. They're automotive teachers from the area high schools. They come in and put on the classes for the students. Right now, we've been getting between 30 to 40 students every semester. Every semester they complete, they do at least 60 hours. They get 5 credits towards graduation, which helps out a lot. But during these classes, we get to do a lot of cool things with them as far as taking them on field trips, taking them to the places, the industry. So one of the biggest things that we see with them is not understanding when you're in school, taking math, English, not understanding where you're going to use this. Now we get to take them right to the place, and they get to see where the math is used to run a big Haas machine or something like
That's
that.
good.
So that's one of the biggest things we see with the students coming back that they enjoy and understanding it. Now that gives them that drive to continue on. And again, these are just some of the ways we connect with our department. So we're actually a nonprofit organization, so we're separate from the department. So we have MOUs with our police department as well as with the education groups to run the program. And this is a chart of, we had some interns from Seasucky or Channel Islands State University come out, and they're running programs. I always say Seasucky. They're running programs, or actually a report behind some of the success that we've had with the program. This is just a little snippet of her report that she put together, but it was very pleasing to see. We've had over 300 students go through our program. She took a small little group, contacted some of the ones that have graduated. Out of 25 of them, 50% of them are in the automotive industry. So it's really, really good to see that.
Could I ask you one question?
Yes.
You said 60 hours. So when do they come in and when do they do their hours?
So, you want to talk about that one?
So again, it's an after-school program. So we want to give the student an opportunity after school to make it to us. Some are drivers, some are not. They get dropped off by parents, which is really nice to see, because we need their support as well. But we run from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. 2 nights a week, and then typically one weekend a month we have a community engagement that we attend as a group, where the kids are representing the program and actually educating folks about what they're doing in terms of trying to be positive in their lives.
So a young person commits to 2 nights a week for a semester, a school semester,
Correct.
and comes after. Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
And
So
Daniel, you have an open house too, right? Every so often, once a year or something?
Yes. So all the parents are invited to
Yeah.
that. We have food, and it's just an
Food.
introduction to the program, so the parents also know what their child
they're
is
doing.
getting involved in. And it's nice to see that police and sponsors, like Sergeant Woodruff was saying, are there in attendance, so that they see it's kind of a conglomerate of folks that are supporting this, not just a teacher from a school that's just doing this on this.
And they're very proud too, because I've attended a couple of them. It's a good program.
we appreciate that.
Yeah, it's a good program.
It's too bad the video didn't work. There was a photo of you in there. I wished it would.
Darn it, what happened to that video?
Yeah. So,
But that's
Yeah.
why you're here, because
and just so we can touch back on the PowerPoint here, again, over 300 students have gone through our program. Over about 50 scholarships have been given at different levels for continuing education. We send them to local colleges, community colleges, tech schools, things like that. UTI, if anyone's familiar with Universal Technical Institute, which is kind of a staple in the automotive industry, excuse me, where they learn specific components of an automotive theory, is where you have diesel or you have gas, you have motorcycle, marine, things like that. And they're giving us about $48,000 worth of scholarship money this year for our students, and we're probably going to send 2 or 3 to that school in the summer. So to say that our program's gaining momentum as we move along is, we're proud of it, and we thrive on that. That's what we've always wanted, is a better opportunity for our students to just do something better, as opposed to just hanging out in front of the street corners of their homes.
That's right.
With nothing to do. Let's face it, there's some opportunity out there, and then if you don't catch it when it's on that wave, it passes you by, and then all of a sudden you're left there wondering what you're going to do. So we want to be that filler, that middle point for these kids. 4 days a week is okay. Oh, future goals. Yeah, I might as well read the top there. Got lost. I was looking at that photo. That was a great time. So we want to continue the program to grow it here, actually, in the county of Ventura. We've kind of, I don't want to say we've been kind of quiet about it through the years, but we move smartly about it. We want to make a difference in these kids' lives. It's not about all of the stuff that we see here typically, but that just kind of comes along with the territory. A lot of the fun stuff that we do get to do, but we are very interested in marrying up with the sheriff's department this summer, and we have some command staff that are spearheading that and getting that movement so that it happens, and we'll be able to open it up to cities like Fillmore, Ojai, Moore Park, those areas on the East County as well. So
Daniel, do you have any kids from El Rio, Nyland Acres, and that area?
we do, from the Rio Mesa High School area
Rio
as
Mesa
well.
High School.
Yes, sir.
Good.
And that was kind of we had a lot generating from that area for about 2-3 years now, due to one of our instructors that was from Rio Mesa, kind of recruited from those areas. So that was a
Great.
big area for us to.
So you have a lot of students from Camarillo there too in Rio Mesa. Right?
Camarillo, we've got one student from Buena High School. We have a student from Moore Park right now, and it's slowly but surely expanding, and we're going to need resources to open up other little satellite places so that transportation's not an issue for our children. Because that's, and I'll share this story. I know we're going, but our student from Moore Park, he gets a ride from his mother who has to leave work from Westlake, pick him up in Moore Park, take him to Oxnard, and then he Ubers at home at about 7:15 at night.
Oh my
So
God.
that's a commitment that we're definitely proud to see. So. But we definitely want to open up 4 days a week, and Monday through Thursdays, kind of those target days. We want to keep kids busy, and having the county support and any ideas or any support levels that any of you can think of that can make this movement happen. We're definitely interested in hearing the meeting.
I'm sure the sheriff department is listening to you guys.
One other quick question for you, if I could. So you talked about the scholarships. So is there, for this program, is there cost to the student for the after-school program, or are those scholarships for going on someplace else?
The scholarships that we end up getting them are to go on further. So
But there's-
when the student comes to us, that's no cost
No
throughout the
cost.
entire program. So we get them uniforms, safety equipment, books, anything else that's going on, all the trips. Sometimes the trips, VCOE actually helps us with food, being able to feed them too. So it's no cost to come in, and then for us, it's to continue having them continue into education.
And what percentage of the cost of the program is funded by the County Office of Education? Do you know?
We never really connected it to a percentage, but they're completely paying our teachers. So that took that off of our books,
Right.
which helped out. So they're keeping them at their,
And then-
I'm not sure what the teacher level is for them.
And
But
you guys are covering the rest then?
Our what?
And you guys are covering the rest?
Yes, and we're
Wow.
doing the building, everything else that's going on with the program. We run that part of it.
Great.
How many students do you have?
Right now, we have 35 that's set
35.
to graduate June 7th. So that's an open invitation. We have a
Great.
graduation set up at 5:30 at our location, which is 300 Graves Avenue. So if you guys want to come out, I know we sent out brochures. So there's an email on there. If you want to just email
Great.
me, we can have that all set up. Oh, we have a
There's our
video.
video.
Go for it.
Oh, there's a video.
If we have time, we could play it. It's 5 minutes.
Well, yeah, we're okay. We'll run the video, yes.
Yes.
John said yes, there's pictures in it. So.
It's going to be a flash.
I've been with Oxnard Police Department for 20 years now, and actually homegrown in the city of Oxnard, so I was born and raised here.
Name's Daniel Shrub. I'm a sergeant with the Oxnard Police Department, and I grew up here in the city of Oxnard, born and raised.
During my years as being a police officer, I got a lot of great mentors, older officers, kind of took me aside. I played a lot of basketball, a lot of sports. I became a coach, joined our PAL League, which is our Police Activities League. And while I was doing that, not knowing that it was happening, I could see how it affects the children or the youth.
We decided to open up a program that would benefit our kids, kind of keep them busy and off the streets.
So then fast forward several years later, me and Sergeant Shrub were both gang officers, and we kind of knew the same kind of philosophy where if we get these kids, a large portion of the kids that are on the streets, if they were just turned in the right direction, they would do the right thing.
It actually started with just a police car, a fancy police car that we put together, wanting to go to different schools to kind of give education during lunch periods and things like that, just to say, hey, there's more out there, kids, than just running around on the streets, whether it's graffiti or getting into trouble in other ways. So we came up with this program to teach these kids a skill set, and it's taken off from there.
See the Mustang drive by, and with drag, you know, you're thinking, whoa, what is this thing? Like, I want to find out.
I've been in drag for 2 years now. This is my 4th semester, I believe. I've learned that there's more than staying at home and doing nothing and playing video games. I've learned that being productive gets you places, and it makes you, I feel like I'm a better person because of drag and everything I've done.
It's like family, brother, sister type thing. You love and you hate them, and they just, it's complicated, but you get used to it, and I wouldn't have it any other way with them.
We already got that. We're going a little bit further than if you told us to, and we might be doing it wrong.
Working with 2 sergeants is at first very terrifying. It was scary, it was so awkward.
At first, I was pretty skeptical. I'm not a really big fan of cops. I'm just really not. But working with Shrubs and Woodruff, like I've opened my eyes.
The sergeants actually, at first I thought I was a little iffy about it, but they're really cool people, really good guys, and they know what they're doing.
They're really good people.
And the fact that, you know, that you've worked with police officers, you know, might get you into a better deal than the fact that, you know, you've had to deal with police officers.
Well, drag was something my partner and I, Charles Woodruff, came up with. Drag racing against gangs and graffiti. We certainly have our challenges in terms of educating those youngsters and folks that we try and deter away from that type of activity. So we thought it would be fitting that we would have the 2 words gangs and graffiti in the program name. Now, are we drag racing against these 2 components? No, we're not. Drag racing, in essence, as everybody knows, you have a starting line and then you have a finish line. And for our students here at the drag program, we want them to start something positive and then finish in a positive way. And that means education, having job opportunities and internships, and also going on to college and trying to do better things in life.
The main part of it is just it's different. It's something that they haven't seen before. It's kind of intriguing. We like to talk about our cars as being the mascots. So they end up seeing this flashy car, it grabs their attention, and it just draws them in like a magnet. And as soon as we have them in, now we have them hooked. It's just something they all kind of want to start to become a part of.
Great.
The video kind of changes it, then just
I saw my picture, I think it was about a nanosecond.
I must have missed it.
Notice who kept track.
This is great. I mean, like some of the comments from some of those kids, that's great. We get to work with great police officers. You know, we all think, most of them think, oh, police officer, I'm in trouble, something happens. But these guys are changing people's lives.
That's right.
What a deal you're doing. So I got to commend you guys.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that is one of the common things. We'll have the kids at the beginning, and they're kind of apprehensive, a little standoffish, and then by the end, they're calling us Woody and names and calling us on phones, telling us stuff that's going on in their home lives that we have to like come in and try and help them out with. So
Yeah. I mean, well, what a way to connect. But at the same time, changing their lives for that kind of stuff. So giving them opportunities for careers. I mean, and you know, it's funny, you deal in our society today, and a lot of our schools have gone away from doing this kind of work. And they talk about where are those kids that can do this work. I remember one time going in and getting a transmission repaired, and they said, no, we're just going to change it. I said, no, I'm sure you can repair it. He said, no, there's just nobody here that can do that kind of work. You know, and here's what we need to do is to train these kids. You know, a lot of kids can go to school and they can be very compliant and sit through school and do it, but a lot of kids need to work with their hands, and they can find the way to do math, because I learned something about how to put this together. And I just, this is what we need to get back to, and what you guys are doing, besides changing people's lives at Oxnard and changing these kids those aren't just changing their lives, you're changing their families' lives.
That's right.
And possibly somebody else's life because they're not going to get involved in something else. So I just got to commend you, just doing a great job. Thanks for willing to step out and do it. You didn't have to do it, so thanks.
Supervisor Long?
Oh, I mechanical engineer. I'm like, yeah, working with your hands, it's fabulous. Just the life lessons and skill sets that you're teaching these students is amazing, and they can take that so much farther. So I appreciate you just making a difference in their lives. It's really important. So thank you.
And I want to thank you too. It's really an excellent, opportunity for the children too, or the youth. They're not children; they're young men and women that you're training, and they love cops by the time they finish working with you guys. I also want to thank Cindy right behind you. Cindy Hookstra, worked with the graffiti program for years and years. In fact, Lourdes from my office worked with Cindy for many years, and Lourdes went and hid right behind because I wanted to bring her out, And Chief Benitez, and thank Chief Whitney also for the good work that you guys are doing over in Oxnard. And again, I want to thank you for the good work, Daniel and Charles, for the good work. Thank you, Woody.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Absolutely.
Gentlemen, good luck with the expansion of this. It's a great program. So
I knew we were going this way.
Yeah, right. So good luck with the expansion of this, and keep us posted and let us know how we can help.
What you're doing here in Oxnard, you want to expand. If there's something that we can do in our district out in Moore Park and CME, whatever you want, Brian Miller's back there, my chief of staff. Whatever we can do, he's got a whole thing with the education out there. So if you need to find a place, let us know, because we'd love to do this. I mean, you need, in order to make it happen, you got to take other people, believe in your vision and do it. And so you need to start. So whatever we can do to help you too. I mean,
and the good thing about it too is that the parents get involved too. Excellent barbecue and they show off what they're doing, and they're really proud of the program, which I think is really important. So, Mr. Parks,
I just really congratulations, thinking outside the box and really community-oriented policing, and welcome to Thousand Oaks. Though I know that you're primarily in Oxnard there, but the idea is just something that resonates. We'd like to see it elsewhere. I really like the fact that you make the youth understand that you guys are friendly people and that you're there for them instead of just something to fear. So it's just great, and obviously the careers that you'll be able to give them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And go ahead, Charlie.
No, I was just going to say thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
This was a real inspiration, so appreciate you guys.
Put your hands together for me. This is good. Okay, our next item is consent items 11 to 27, and I'm going to have to recuse again from 25, and then we're adding 55 also, right? Yeah. So, yeah, mine, yes, on 25. So
can we pull 16?
We can.
And just talk about it. I'm just trying to understand what this is.
You want to pull 16 first?
Yeah, but I don't even know if we have anybody here that can answer that question. Do we?
Yeah, I believe Johnson Gill is here, and Kim Milstein.
Kim is here, okay.
Good morning, Board. Kim Milstein, Chair, CEO of the VCMC. Mr. Powers.
Kim, I guess I'm just trying to clearly understand what exactly is happening here. Lots of transactions. What is this?
Sure. Item 16 for your consideration is an agreement between the hospital and the Healthcare Foundation for Ventura County, which is the not-for-profit that raises funds and offers philanthropic support to the hospital, to manage the funds that come in through the nurse education programs that we put on. So over the past 2 years, we have really advanced our nursing education to be more than just the typical CPR, ACLS, and PALS, but to be more comprehensive, and we have community members coming in for the training as well as our own staff. The foundation offers the opportunity for the high volume, low amount transactions to be processed very efficiently, for us to be able to cut checks to the trainers very efficiently and bring in those monies. The other thing the foundation offers is the ability for members or people who are looking to train to pay by credit card or check or PayPal, which is very different from the previous cash or check.
Okay. I guess I understand that part. Who's doing the work?
So within the foundation, they're managing the transactions.
I know, but we had this whole thing about the foundation come before us before, right?
Right.
And we talked about getting a person focused on fundraising and doing all that. Is the same person doing this work? Is that?
No, there's a staff member within the foundation, a clerical bookkeeper person who does this work. And I checked with Amy Towner, the president of the foundation, this morning. She estimates it's anywhere between 8 and 10 hours of work a week, depending on the volume of training that's happening during that week. And the foundation, of course, as you can see from the board letter, does get a 15% contribution back from those monies, and they're able to use that very specifically earmarked towards the furtherance of education at the hospital, which is part of our mission.
So does it cover the cost? Well, it doesn't cover the cost of this person doing the transactions, or what? I'm just trying to, we had a lot about that whole foundation.
Right.
I'd hate to take away from what the goals of that was. I mean, it sounds like this is great stuff. I'm just curious about who's doing it. That's what I was more concerned with, not about what we're doing.
And very good question. Johnson Gill for the record, Board of Supervisors, CO Powers. So in the last couple of years, one of the things that the Nursing Education Department has done with the support from the hospital and the CEO's office is to create a website where previously you would have to walk into some place with a check or your credit card, and somebody would have to do that for you. All the classes that we offer to the nurses at the hospital or even healthcare providers outside of the hospital, they can go online, register. So a lot of the clerical functions are now done online.
Okay.
At the back end, yes, the person that is working at the foundation can take that information and just do the bookkeeping. So it's not as labor intensive as it would have been had it been all a manual process.
And that's what it sounded like originally when I read that. Look, it was all this labor intensive. We're spending all this time when the foundation was supposed to be out doing a whole lot of things. I mean, it sounds like it's great stuff for the nurses. It sounds like it's the right thing to be doing, but that was my concern.
Can I just say something, because I actually contacted Johnson, was the fact that the core mission of this foundation. So what I don't want to happen for my own personal is that we keep tagging on and getting into a lot of different things that the hospital cannot do. And so to make sure that we're looking at the strategic goals and the missions of this foundation so that we don't lose sight. And that's my concern, especially when you have a 15% overhead and money that is brought into the foundation is supposed to be spent on hospital equipment and so forth. And that was my concern. And I just want to put that for the record so that people know. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the concern is very legitimate. As the program grows, if there is need, and our system is able to absorb it, we will definitely make that change so that the foundation can focus on it.
Thank you, Johnson. Kim?
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on all those items, and then I'll recuse myself from the 5th District item and item 25 due to the
You want to
ownership.
vote on everything else, leave 25 out, and
Yes,
vote separately?
yes.
Okay.
Mhm. And the reason I'm recusing is because of property that I own near there.
That's
So
good.
let's go ahead and vote on that.
So you'd like to vote on the entire consent except for item number
25.
25, item 5.
And the ones that have been removed.
And I'll move up. So we need a motion for that. Okay. And let's vote.
Someday we'll do it. Yes. Keep up, Brian, keep up.
Okay.
Okay, then we'll go to item number 25. There we go. Motion. All right.
Hello. 25?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're voting. Oh, I thought.
Do you want to talk about it?
No, I thought you wanted to ask questions. I'm sorry.
Actually, we weren't putting you on the spot or asking any questions, but I'm glad you were prepared for it.
Oh, okay. So we're No questions for Jeff? Everybody's good? Okay. Then we're going to move on to public comments. Do we have any public? None?
There are no speakers, sir.
None. All right, John. Come on back. Come on down. John, you want to ask Jeff a question?
No questions. Okay. So, okay. No public comments, okay. Then board comments with Supervisor Parks.
Good morning. A few items to report back to you on. I gave you all a copy of what the Southern California Association of Governments handed out at their General Assembly. They do this every year. They do a profile of all the counties, the 6 counties in the SCAG region, as well as the 191 cities. And you can take a look and see it's some nice demographics. I would also point out page 20, since this is Bike to Work Week, right? Page 20 on here has a chart that compares us with Imperial, Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino in terms of bike lane mileage by class. And as you can see, for total miles, we are just about at the bottom of right after Imperial. So we still have some work to do to get some more bike lanes to be competitive with the other counties. Though if you look at Class 1 bike lanes, instead of in 4th place, or 5th place, I guess we're in 4th. So just that, but obviously a lot of good information on everything from our workforce and employment, household incomes and that. So enjoy those. I brought some for our planning department also. And also was able to attend the Civic Alliance had their State of the Region launch, and that also provided a lot of information, and they seem to a lot of emphasis on the negative, I would say, because there's a lot of good positive things that we're seeing too, including, for example, the number of people who are homeless in our county, and even housing affordability when you compare it to the state of California or with the counties nearby. We're doing okay. Well, we're doing better. Let's put it that way. So good information out there. I always enjoy looking at the statistics and doing our comparisons and seeing where we can do better. Let's see. I'd also like to mention it's Conejo Valley Days. Anyone in the Conejo Valley knows about that, over something that's been a tradition for decades in our county. And yesterday I attended the Behavioral Health Advisory Board meeting, and I know we all serve on different committees and all, and it's good to, I think, get a report back on some of the things that are of interest when we are at these committee meetings. So I wanted to bring your attention to something that really stood out to me. We had a presentation regarding heroin addiction, and I want to just read you a couple of statistics. According to a recent national study, more than 65% of those incarcerated are addicted to drugs or alcohol. 65% who are incarcerated are addicted to drugs or alcohol, so they're obviously getting that in prison. And they say even with that 65%, only 11% of them are receiving treatment. And that comes from the National Center on Addiction and Substance Abuse. And in the middle of the heroin and prescription drug abuse crisis, we also know that untreated inmates are 12 times more likely to overdose in the first 2 weeks after they are released. Isn't that something? And locally, of the AB 109 prison release population, 28 have died while being supervised, and 13 of them, or 46%, have died of a drug overdose. So it is still kind of incomprehensible to realize how many inmates are addicted to drugs when they get out of prison, and that they're dying and that they're not getting treatment. We also know that a lot of them are homeless too, so it's just a really bad combination, and seeing that we can help towards that rehabilitation both in prison and then when they get out is really key. Also was able to attend a wildfire press conference. We have that every year where they show the public the importance of being fire safe and having that brush clearance. We had demonstrations from the fire crew that were doing brush clearance, as well as goats that we're doing brush clearance. But it's, and helicopter too. So it's just an important reminder to people. I think it's June 1st is the deadline to do that 100-foot brush clearance. And with the rest of the whole board of supervisors, was able to attend the Peace Officers Memorial. And that was, each time it seems like it gets better. It's just so poignant. And Chief Whitney with Oxnard was just an incredibly impressive speaker. And then also was able to tour our new wing at the VCMC and just really impressed, particularly with the surgical rooms and all. And I would just also want to thank our firefighters, Chief Lorenzen, Ted Smith, and our Sheriff's Department that came to Bell Canyon on our Saturday last weekend for a very large community meeting of kind of bringing together of all the electeds and service providers out there and hearing their concerns. And I know they very much appreciate it, and I thank you for coming out on your Saturday. And then yesterday was really exciting. It was a Bike to Work Week, first day, and we had 100 cyclists all riding from giant bicycles in Newbury Park. We rode our bikes through Hidden Valley on Portero Road, where there's no bike lane, over to the Lake Sherwood Fire Station, and had the unveiling of the bike repair station, one of 16 going on throughout the county in our fire stations, one here in the government center, and got a demonstration of the use of it. It was just it was a blast, quite frankly. I wish we could do that every morning and get a nice bike ride in the morning. But just thank you to particularly Fire Captain Jack Nosko, who put together the concept and saw it through to fruition in the fire department, and Chief Lorenzen for having the open mind to go do that. You know, these fire stations are spread throughout the county, and what a great idea, and they'll be focusing on those stations that have the most bicycle traffic. And thank you also to Giant for their participation. So a good event. And then I just want to close in honor of the two people on my list, but really want to call out one of the most gracious people I have ever met, and that is our former mayor of Thousand Oaks, Ray Garcia. And you may not have known him, but he always would come into our boardroom. I guess he's a lawyer, and he would be over at the courts here. And he'd be the only one in the audience, but he'd be sitting back there. He just really had a sincere interest in government, and was, in addition to being a wonderful elected official when he was our mayor in Thousand Oaks, he was also very involved in his community, as well as a founding member of Redeemer Lutheran Church of Thousand Oaks, which he pointed out to me was actually on Thousand Oaks Boulevard where my old office was, and how downstairs in this little office was where the children's daycare was and all. So it was just he's just such a wonderful man, and you know, I think if anything, he leaves a legacy of just understanding how you can be so gracious and so giving and so nice and still be a lawyer and still be a politician, right? But I know he'll be very much missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. And I would agree. I thought the Peace Officers Memorial was exceptionally good this past year, and I want to congratulate the Deputy Sheriff's Association, which took sole responsibility for it this year, and I think therefore it just felt a little more coordinated, united. The double taps was really, I think, very effective. But I have some PowerPoint cartoons for you here this morning. The Mutts. The Mutts comic strip has been devoting almost a month of comic strips to adopting pets from animal shelters. And so if we could have the comments, if we could have the comic strips up, please. There we go. From animal shelters in an attempt to try to increase awareness. And so I just picked 3 of them that I thought the board would enjoy. And there's a special reason why I'm picking these today. And we're... There you go. That's right. Yeah. So this was the first one. I've been talking all week to people who are thinking about adopting a dog, but who but who of you are actually going to get up and do it? The lucky ones, right? And it's just been sweet, and I have to admit this is my mother's favorite comic strip, and so I have a special fondness for it. So you're having thoughts about adopting a new dog. Well, I like the way you're thinking. I mean, just all these really positive things. And then this is the third one I had for you. I'm afraid if I go to the shelter, I'll have to adopt them all. And then you see all the animals, and then, yes, I'm afraid if you don't go there, you won't adopt any. And the reason I'm presenting these three is because in Simi Valley, they need to shut that kennel down temporarily while they upgrade that. And they have 13 dogs that they have to get out of there by next week so that they can put in the new kennels. And so there's a special $20 only, and everything's covered for $20. There are 13 dogs in Simi that people from around the county, if you could help us there right now, you're going to help all dogs in the future by making it easier for us to get the new kennels in there. So next week, fee waivers for dog adoptions, and let's try to get those 13 dogs out of there. And if you can help us spread the word, that's why we're doing it here, is if you can help us spread the word, we'd appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Long.
All right. First of all, I just want to thank again everyone for all the logistics for moving an office. We have an open house and ribbon cutting for our new office on Flynn in Camarillo. That will be June 7th from 3 to 6 p.m. And the ribbon cutting is at 5. You can RSVP with Nancy Phillips in our office. So let us know if you could attend. We would all love you to be there. Again, on the VCTC board, I'd like to report back that the Highway 126 project has been discontinued for the 4 roundabouts, and they've stated that the rumble strips and so forth is sufficient enough. And they've also heard from the community members and our county of supervisors and cities. So they announced that on Friday that it is discontinued, which I'm happy to hear. I did go onto a oil platform tour last week, which was phenomenal. One, because we worked with the Oxnard Airport and the Aspen helicopters, and then go to Decor. There's so many different companies that are working together for an industry. I think some people forget sometimes. But I went there to really understand what safety they have. What are the shutoff valves? What are the environmental management they're doing for stormwater runoff? Things of that nature, because we know of an industry, but we also hear a lot of different things. So I was very pleasantly surprised how clean things were and how the checks and balances were and how they monitor things. So I was impressed. I know oil has been in Ventura County since the late 1800s. But it still is, it's always good to understand what the businesses are out there. Also, we had a great presentation from Eric Berg on the water drought update, understanding where water is on the state level. And you'll be seeing that come back to the Board of Supervisors. I think with being on AWA and water is one of our key items for the county, we thought that would be a good presentation for all to hear. Also, with the state of the region, as people know, I am very much about economy and making sure that we can live here and breathe here. There's a State of the Union report is now out. If everyone went to the May 10th, it was fabulous. They have another one at May 31st if you weren't able to go to the 10th. But this gives you everything from healthcare to crops to, I'm a detailed person for stats. And this is a great read. I won't bore you with the details, but I intrigue you to read up on some of the things that you feel is important and really get into that. So along with that, I do adjourn in the memory of the people on this list, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Foy.
Yeah. There's going to be some good information there. A lot of stuff goes on in our county. We don't all know all good things. Hey, just every once in a while we hear stuff about the knolls and everything else. I just want to say, back at the first of the month or the end of the last month, they had a big beautification issue where they went in and did a bunch of stuff, and it was just great to see 182 vehicles. People showed up. It was a big one. They pulled 30 tons of material, waste management, public works, put it on, and so it just every once in a while you want to see the positive things that are going on in certain of these communities. So just wanted to bring that up. And then also adjourn the memory of the people on this list. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'd like to report that on Wednesday, I attended the Gold Coast Transit groundbreaking over, we have a new yard that we're going to build, a new transit yard north of Costco's. It's a 15-acre site. We're going to be moving from a 2-acre site over in downtown Oxnard to a 15-acre. Currently, that site is good for about 35 buses, and we have about 40 buses, and there's really no room for growth at all. So that's going to be it's going to create many, many jobs, green jobs, because of the new fuel that the buses are using, and construction jobs is going to be great. We had Julia Brownlee, our Congresswoman there, and Darren Kettle was there, and again, Brian McDonald is our chair, and numerous other individuals were there. It's going to be great. It was north of Costco's. And also I attended the Ventura County Peace Officers Memorial with all of us, and Whitney did a really good job again, and that flyby was really good, and the salute to our fallen officers was really, really great. I want to thank the Sheriff's Office for doing a great, great job. And as Supervisor Parks mentioned, we went over to the hospital, the new wing that they're building there, and just fabulous. I believe that the patients and residents of the county are going to be really happy with the new hospital and the new equipment. And the one I think, Kim, I didn't see was the Da Vinci. Is that coming in soon? Is he saying yes? So it's just absolutely great, and I can't wait for the ribbon cutting. I think that's going to be in June 6th or so, Mike? 9th was pretty close to the 9th. Okay, and also I went over to the Coast Guard Expo on Saturday, and I'm telling you that we were in good hands. They had a mock, if you want to call it, fire on a boat. They set it on fire. Then they really set it on fire. It looked like fire. And the young lady jumped out of I didn't know it was a young lady at the time, out of the boat. They came with the helicopter. They rescued her. They pulled her to shore, and it was just fantastic what they do. We're in good hands out there at the harbor. And they also gave away 250 safety jackets, for individuals. They turned in the old jacket and they got a new one. But it was just a great expo, and I just want to commend all the public safety employees. We had the firefighters from Oxnard, from Ventura. We had the Oxnard Police, the Sheriff's Department, and our Harbor Department, and they did a really, really great job. And it was a beautiful day. Lots of children and families there enjoying the expo. And that's all I have, and I'd like to adjourn in memory of the folks on this list. Thank you so much for that. Okay, our next item is our CEO.
Thank you, Chair Zaragoza, board members. A couple things, legislative updates. We're still evaluating the May revise. Some good news and some not so good news. IHSS, so there was some relief from the state, some significant relief, but there still will be reduction, and we'll refine those numbers for you. Unfortunately, on the CalWorks, CalFresh side, there were actually some additional reductions. So we're processing those. So I know our CEO's analysts are working with Mr. Zimmerman and his team. So we'll be updating you shortly on how all that shakes out. You probably all did see, I think we all did see the international malware attack. I just wanted to assure you that our IT department and all our county leadership are being very vigilant about this. They have a lot of protections in place, and they've been checking to this, and according to Mike Pettit, to date, we have not experienced any identified infections of the WannaCry threat. Just a couple of reminders he sent out, which I think is very helpful. First and foremost, do not download software, open files, or click on links from websites or email messages that appear unusual or are untrusted. We're one click away from a threat. So those are good reminders, and I appreciate IT being vigilant 24/7 on these issues. I did have the privilege of attending the Civic Alliance report and serving as a panelist with President Chris Kimball, Jamshid Demui from Kowloon, and the editor of the Star, Darren Peshka, and was able to highlight a couple things. One, the county's and your board's efforts to support the economy, job growth, and particularly partnering with EDCVC, VCITA, and the new P20 Council, which tries to integrate all of our healthcare systems in the county and tailor them to the jobs that our businesses here locally need. And also to talk about the homeless efforts going on countywide, the collective efforts, and particularly the Continuum of Care Board efforts, which is still relatively new, but starting to get some traction. People are understanding the impact of those coordinated efforts, and particularly the Homeless Prevention Rapid Rehousing Program and how effective that is. Related to jobs, we're very pleased to have a job and career fair coming June 29th from 10 to 2. All county departments will be participating. It's been a couple of years since we've done this. You may not recall last time we did this, we had a tremendous turnout. I think 300 or 400 people came, and I think it's very well advertised, and appreciate Mr. Otten and team getting that going. Also on June 3rd, there'll be a nursing job fair at VCMC. Finally, speaking of VCMC, I did want to just highlight one nice thing. There's a lot of great things going on all over the county, but I spoke to one of the directors of the ER the other day, Marty Ehrlich, and he mentioned two programs that I thought were pretty slick. One of them is a greeter program that they've started by engaging high school students from across the county, doing an extensive screening and training process, and basically they'll interact on behalf of the ER physicians and the nurses with folks in the waiting room, just making sure they're checking up on them, making sure they're doing well, and informing them about the wait times and what's going on and so forth. And then the other thing they're doing is a callback program. So with about 20% or so of the patients that they seem as inappropriate, they call them back the next day to follow up, just make sure that they're doing well and they're getting excellent feedback from that. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, our next item, we're going to go into our 9:30 time surgeons had been rescheduled, so we're going to item 40. Is that correct? Item for regular Supervisor Bennett. And this is a recommendation of Supervisor Bennett to adopt a legislative platform position of oppose AB 943.
Great. Thank you very much. This bill is starting to move through the legislature. It is one that I think residents of Ventura County in particular have an interest in being in opposition to. It raises a threshold for certain land use initiatives. And the thing that I want to point out, that the bill was amended since the board letter was written, and hopefully the PowerPoint is up there. Just as a courtesy to the board, want to make sure they see what was amended. It changed the designation. It used to be the elections official would make this designation as to whether this bill still tried. Whether this bill, so it was revised late last week. It still requires 55% approval for these certain citizens initiatives, and those are ones where a determination has been made, and now that determination will be made by the county council or the city attorney as to whether the bill reduces density or stops development. We in this county have a long history of having citizens be involved in the initiative process. Raising the threshold on those citizens, I certainly think is inappropriate. And it would be, which ones would qualify or not would always be a debate. Whether SOAR would qualify or not would, you'd have that legal hassle, and it doesn't seem to me to be appropriate to introduce this extra level of complication or hurdle to that. So I suggest that we should have a position of opposition, particularly since we're a county that citizens have, I think, to the great benefit of the county and to the pleasure of the citizens or the support of the citizens, taken advantage of the initiative process. Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions?
Yeah, I'll just speak to it also, and that the state of California is one of a few states in the United States that allows for initiative process, and it goes along with initiative recall and referendum. If you think about the concept that they can increase the hurdle to 55% on initiatives, can you see them doing that on recalls all of a sudden, or referendum? And so to me, this is tinkering really with the state constitution, and it's a right that citizens and voters have, and it's not something that should be arbitrarily just raised to 55%. So I definitely support the motion to oppose AB 943.
Okay. Okay, you want to make a motion? Got a motion and a second. Please vote. Okay, that's approved. Okay, we'll go item 41. This adoption of resolution establishing 2 classifications of salary for senior medical examiner investigator, senior behavioral health manager, amending the salary ranges of the 4 classifications. And, okay,
Thank you, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I'm Sean Otten, your Human Resources Director, and today I'm before you, as you mentioned, to recommend the establishment of 2 classifications, deletion of 3 classifications, and the amendment to the salary ranges of 4 classifications. The additions and deletions pertain primarily to the Medical Examiner Office and Behavioral Health Department, both of which are undergoing reorganizations and streamlining of their reporting structures. The establishment of the new Senior Medical Examiner Investigator classification and the concurrent deletion of the existing Supervising Medical Examiner Investigator classifications have both been discussed with the SPOVAC, the Specialized Peace Officers Association of Ventura County, the pertinent union, and the union has raised no objections. The change is cost neutral as the new classification has the same salary range as the old one, and the primary difference is the supervisory duties have been eliminated in the new classification. For behavioral health, the creation of the Senior Behavioral Health Manager classification will help the director manage new legislative changes and increase demand for services. The new class will supervise the behavioral health managers and daily operations. The salary range recommendation is 10% above the Manager 2 position level, Behavioral Health Manager 2 classification, and it's a normal differential between the 2 classifications. As a result of this action in behavioral health, the Deputy Director 1 and Behavioral Health, Deputy Director 1 Behavioral Health and the Deputy Director 2 Behavioral Health classifications will no longer be needed, and so we would recommend the deletion of those classifications, hence the streamlining, the addition of 1 class and deletion of 2 in that department. This change will result in cost savings of approximately $118,000. The last action we recommend is an amendment to the salary ranges of the Chief and Assistant Chief Medical Examiner classifications with an annual cost of $116,000, and an amendment to the salary ranges of the Planner 3 and Planner 4 classifications with annual cost of $164,000. To go to the Chief and Assistant Chief Medical Examiners to discuss that briefly. These classifications, as you know, provide critical management services, and actually they're critical services to the county. They're at the most essential level of county services. The positions are extremely difficult to recruit. There are only nationally, I think, less than 500 qualified physicians in these classifications, so it's been extremely difficult to recruit for these classifications. They have a very specialized skill set. So we think it advisable to raise the salary ranges as recommended. For the Planner 3 and Planner 4, we continue to have recruitment and retention problems, primarily in the Planner 4 level, but the Planner 3 also. On March 21, you may recall that we asked your board for approval of a 5% increase in the Planner 4 range. Now we're back and ask for a 10% increase. And the department tells us that, unfortunately, the compensation was the main sticking point in the recruitment.
Sean, is that because of the certifications or with CEQA and that?
It is a very, as you know, Supervisor, the tasks at hand for the Planner 4 in particular are very complicated.
That's right.
And because of that complexity and some of the designations that you've raised, it has been difficult to recruit that level of talent.
Yeah, great.
Thank you. With that, I'm ready to take any questions that you may have.
If I can ask you. You came in before and asked the 5%, and you had to come back. Are we being too narrow on the range, or should we just expand it a little bit more so there's a little bit more flexibility for the trying to, because all of a sudden you find this great talent, we're just a little, I mean, then you have to come, is it better to add a little bit more to this, or what?
Well, so after extensive consultation with the department, there are, as you know, our normal survey, the cities and counties that we survey have a wide range of salaries and compensation. There is one city in particular that is way outside the range. So right now with the 10%, we are above median and we're very competitive. But in order to be the highest compensation level, we would have to go significantly. So we feel that with the 5% you gave previously and this 10%, it should be, we should be very competitive at this point in time. Definitely, we could look at increasing
I just don't want to be in a
more.
position where there's all of a sudden fits right the box, and they get this little extra skill. We'd like to have a little more room to bring them in because it's that extra talent we're looking for. And I just whatever you're the expert in. If I need to give you a little bit more range, not everybody has to go to that range, of course, but sometimes you just leave a little bit of.
Supervisor, part of the balancing act is that the classifications. I like to say it's a domino effect because we have, as you know, in the county, 1,200 classifications, and the 3 and the 4 are within a series. So there's a manager above them, and then there's folks below them. So definitely, we're trying to balance getting the right compensation level at the same time, not compressing towards the top end and having to raise everyone else's.
I understand this. Yeah, it's hard because we play that game of managing. You go to a sports team, some of these athletes get a lot more great talent, and we don't manage those make as much as them. And I know this is a hard deal here, but okay, it's what we live within, I guess. So.
Definitely, we don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish. So I completely understand your point.
We got Supervisor Long, then Bennett and Parks. Supervisor Long.
I was just going to make the motion.
Okay, Supervisor Parks.
No, thank you.
Bennett? Okay.
I wanted to ask a little bit more about the planner 3 and the planner 4 position also. I know we have a shortage, and so some of the questions I had for you have generally been asked. Could I ask Mr. Stevens to come
sure.
up? I'd like to understand a little bit more just the challenges of these recruitments, what we're facing, what are we finding when we're bringing applicants in, what's the problem? I mean, we've known we're going to have some vacancies, and yet we still aren't able to hire. Could you just help us out in terms of? I don't have a outside of just saying, hey, it's competitive out there and maybe we need to raise our salaries. My guess is the story is a little bit more complex than that, or at least I'd like to get a feel.
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I'm Chris Stevens with the Resource Management Agency. It's very difficult to pin it down. It's kind of proving the negative. I mean, when you do not get a lot of applicants, it's hard to know why you're not getting them. And the applicants we do get, quite a few of them simply don't have the qualifications that we're looking for.
And what are those qualifications that we're looking for? A certain amount of experience?
At the planner 4 level, we're looking for what might be termed a journeyman planner, someone who has, you would want at least 4 to 6 years of experience under their belt of the usual term we'd use, increasingly responsible experience, someone that has a particular knowledge, what we look for within CEQA. If they have particular knowledge about areas of planning, we would look to find that we don't have, that we might fill a void that we have on staff. And typically, having worked on complex projects, as you know, there's quite a wide variety in planning of the type of projects you might work on. And so we look for that from our senior planners.
So somebody that has those skill sets and that experience is also somebody that's probably pretty settled in their position someplace, right?
Yes.
So they're not very you have to have some kind of like opportunity for them to move, you know, something's changed in their life, you know, their children have moved here to Ventura County or whatever. So is recruitment the normal way we want to try to fill a Planner 4 or Planner 3 position?
Well, we've, most of our
Planner
Planner 4 positions that we filled, yeah, I would say in the last 15 years have been promotional.
That's what I mean, promotional.
We've brought in planners, we've underfilled positions with Planner 1s and 2s and groomed them and trained them and then, excuse me, worked their way up to a Planner 4. We, through retirements and changes, we have a lot of openings and we have Planner 1s and 2s and maybe some 3s, maybe not quite ready to make that leap, and we need that level of experience, particularly as we're bringing on new managers. As you know, we had a number of retirements in our management ranks as well. So we're looking for that experience. Where we do have had the opportunity to speak with some folks that have the experience that we're looking for and begin that kind of negotiation process. The cost of living here, they may have that experience, and I'll just generalize from an inland county. They get a little bit of that sticker shock we all hear about when they come to Ventura. And
so one of the hardest things here for Ventura County is to attract people with experience from outside of Ventura County. And so we don't have much, so it's almost like we have to attract, if our pipeline doesn't, so right now our pipeline's not ready to feed these positions. That's what we've been finding.
Well, we have some very good people on staff, and we're looking at them, but we're having trouble bringing in, we'll say, outside interest from folks to fill positions.
And the people on staff are not, we don't have enough to fill the Planner 4 positions that we have out there. Is that right?
Or the management positions.
How long do you think that pipeline is going to stay a little too thin to fill these positions?
I don't know if I could speculate on that. You know, it could be a few years. I don't have a good feeling of that. The planning director, Kim Perlard, would probably be a better person to ask that question. But we've just brought on a lot of people at those lower levels here over the last half a dozen years. They're working their way. We've got a lot of great young talent on our planning staff. There's no question about that, and we look forward to retaining them, as we've had some challenges there as well with them moving to other
Final area questions. Is one of our challenges as the workload expands and contracts that you sort of can't get the pipeline too big 5 years ago because of what our planning stuff, and now with a lot of activity suddenly.
There's no question that right-sizing the workforce is always a challenge, and we've always been very cautious to make sure that we're not we haven't sized it too large for the workflow that comes in. I will say, just my philosophy has been to err on the side, if I will, of perhaps maybe being slightly understaffed. And if something came along, we may come to you for a contract for a short term to help fill that void. But we tend to keep ourselves, we're fairly cautious when it comes to that.
So bringing people in from the outside, as Supervisor Foy said, you know, this may or may not have that much of an impact given housing costs.
That's correct. When we talk with our colleagues, and we do all the time from other counties, other jurisdictions, it's a challenge statewide to find seasoned planning professionals.
As journeymen, right? And so getting people to move within the county may be people from cities that might be willing to move. Is there a reason why somebody might want to move from the city to the county?
Well, this may just be, my feeling, but I think the work that we do here is more interesting, perhaps in many ways, than what happens at a city level. I think there's a different variety of work that we have here. We try to attract them from that standpoint, and I think there is some interest in that.
Certainly, the sheriff's department is able to offer the fact that there are so much more variety, so many different things you can get into, so many more management positions that you can get into.
Right.
We're probably not as diverse, the difference between the sheriff's department and the police department, but there is at least some diversity here that we can offer.
Yeah, there's no I have worked at the city level. There's no question that the diversity of the work at the county level is far greater than what you get within a city.
But do they, going back to, do they have the experience you're looking for? You're always looking for people who come out of counties more than people that come out of cities?
That's a very good point. The work that we do is work that, for example, and it may come up later, but the mining projects, you don't have mining projects within incorporated cities typically. That's something that you would find from county planning departments. That is true.
So in that sense, they may be really good talent, but they just don't also have the experience on top of it. So some of it hard to fill.
Right.
Yeah.
We're always looking for that match and finding folks with those skills. I'll call them kind of the more inherent skill sets that can be trained. We're always looking for that. And sometimes if you have a very seasoned professional from a city that knows CEQA, they operate under CEQA just as we do, and have worked on complex projects. They're interested in coming to the county. We're interested in talking with them and seeing it, and we can bring them along and train them on some of the specifics of what we do here at the county.
And the pay is very significant, of course.
Well, it's been a challenge for us. It has come up.
Yeah,
no
but
question
so
about it.
when you talk about that, you say most of these people come from inland counties, because most of the people that come are California people anyway, because they have California understanding.
That is a real challenge for us. CEQA is a California law. And,
so you need that kind of, you need that experience.
At that level.
But it's hard, like you said, when they come, I'm not going to come here for $10,000, $15,000 more from an inland county when housing's twice as expensive and everything else is more expensive here too. So that's why I understand. That was my thing about this broad range is what you need to do. But you have a challenge, no question
Supervisor
about it.
Parks.
I was just looking at the amount of the raise that's being looked at, and I think about Dan Clayman. We had, it's really hard when you lose a great planner like that. And I'm wondering now, would this be competitive to, for example, Santa Barbara, where he went off to? How do we get him back? Or, how do we make sure that we don't lose the good ones, or any that you need?
As Sean mentioned, we're now, I'll use the term, the fat part of the curve. We're at a very competitive rate. We're not going to be on the high end of the spectrum by any means, but we're very competitive, and we're out now for recruitments. We think this will help us. If it proves not to, we may have another discussion. We've looked at some reorganization ideas. A lot of counties and cities identify what they call principal planners. They kind of create another level. That might be an option for us we've been looking at, but for now we think this is, going to get us in a competitive position.
Oxford has a principal planner.
We hope, yes. Most of the cities use that.
So the idea that you have the ability to promote is one thing, it's important, and then obviously salary is a huge one too. Do you have an idea, when you say competitive, is this put us above or below what, for example, Santa Barbara is offering? And I just say that because it sometimes, it is in our favor to go a little bit high if we can avoid this kind of drain, which is what's happening. And I also know from talking to the planners in the department that they have tremendous amount of work, that it's a hard job because of the incredible amount of work, and some of that is because there aren't enough staff. So I appreciate you wanting to be lean, but at this time I think we need to be able to recruit and get the planners that we need, and it's not, doesn't seem to be happening at this point.
Supervisor Bennett. I'm sorry.
I don't know. That was kind of a question.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
To get to your question regarding Santa Barbara County, this is at the Planner 4 level. It is. We've as Sean mentioned, we've reviewed them. This is very competitive with Santa Barbara County at this level. You mentioned one of our managers leaving. We're below them at the manager level still, but that's not what's before you today. But at the Planner 4 level and Planner 3 level, I believe these numbers, if memory serves me right, are very competitive with Santa Barbara.
Well, I hope you'll consider coming forward then to make it competitive for the other planners too in the management level, because those are the ones, that you are definitely needing the most, isn't that right? I mean, from what I'm hearing from you.
Yeah, and I think the board may recall a few months ago, I believe you increased the planning manager level some percent. We're out recruiting now to replace our commercial permits manager. We're hopeful that that's going to yield some benefits there. If it does not, we may be back in front of you again. But we're constantly working on it to maintain our competitiveness.
Well, my personal perspective is I encourage you to come back with a higher, more competitive rate so that we're not losing these managers. Thanks.
Supervisor Bennett.
My question is going to be, at least at the planner 3 and 4 level, you feel these salaries are now high enough to stop a drain of people saying, I'm going to go to another county, because we're now competitive enough that salary's not going to be a major reason to go to another county?
I'm very optimistic that's the case. Sean mentioned there are some cities out there that have particularly high salaries, and that may remain a challenge for us. But I think we're certainly competitive, and hopefully we'll keep folks on the team.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a first and a second. Let's go ahead and vote. No comments, no cards at all. Please vote.
You know you're going to cause all that much fun, did you, Sean?
And that's approved. Okay, item 42, we have an adoption of resolution providing a one-time supplemental pay to the military salaries of employees in regular statuses who are called to active duty into combat.
Yes, thank you, Chair Zaragoza. Appreciate consideration of this item to support our members of the county family who dedicate and volunteer themselves for military service to protect our country. And I appreciate Sheriff Dean and Under Sheriff Pentis, who's here for bringing this item forward. And a great example of what we're talking about is Commander Chris Dunn, who was slated, as you know, to become the police chief of Camarillo, but was called to active duty and will begin serving in the next few months. And just a great example of why we feel this item is so important. Mr. Otten.
Thank you so much, Sean Otten again. Good morning. So this again is an approval of a recommendation for an approval of a resolution to provide additional salary and benefits for a maximum of an additional 11 months for unrepresented employees immediately, and for represented employees, asking you to provide me delegation to discuss this arrangement with the unions and come to an agreement with the unions, and then as soon as we have an appropriate agreement with the unions, to implement it for the represented employees. Your board, as a reminder, in 2001 previously approved a similar resolution in recognition of the 9/11 events. The law, as you may recall, is a 30-day payment of salary upon someone's deployment, and in 2001 and as today, we're asking for supplemental pay, which is basically the difference between an employee's county pay versus their pay from the military. In addition to that, they'd be eligible for health benefits, and then they would accrue 50% leave accrual. Everyone would get a 50% leave accrual regardless of the amount of supplement that they would receive. We've looked at jurisdictions, surrounding jurisdictions that we usually compare ourselves to for salary purposes. Most of those jurisdictions, as one of the exhibits in your board letter note, most of the jurisdictions provide such a supplement. We have limited it to an 11-month, one-time 11-month period. It doesn't need to be for a consecutive period. It can be taken at different points. With that, I'm prepared to take any additional questions.
You know, and I think it's important that we pay our employees that difference. You know, they have to go leave their families behind, and it's just rough. So I personally support this. I think it's great that we do support them.
Sean, can I ask Pentis?
Oh, yes, of course.
Sure.
Good morning.
Thanks. Good morning. What is the average time that somebody's gone from when you say one of your officers go? What is that average time they're gone? Do you have an idea?
I hate to use the word average, sir. We have a number of cases where the deployment is 1 year.
That's what I thought.
It's 1 year away from home in combat.
Yeah, okay.
So it's a huge psychological impact and a financial impact to a lot of our members. Currently, we do have Chris Dunn, who actually lost his position in the city of Camarillo because of his extended leave.
Right.
So I truly thank you for considering this, and I really thank Human Resources for doing the lift on this for our employees.
I guess what I was asking with that, why I said that average, does this meet that goal, what we're talking about here, for what you think for your officers that would be gone?
Yes, it does.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. That
takes that one stress away from their children and their spouses.
Yeah, I mean, it's already tough enough for somebody to go, and they commit to do this, I understand that,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time, I just wanted to make sure we were doing enough for what you needed for your officers. So.
This fits it and takes care of that whole obligation.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
And I also want to thank the CEOs for his support. I know this was something that I was looking in a while back, and it just wouldn't get enough lift. So I appreciate it coming before us. Definitely support the motion.
Okay, we've got a first and a second. Let's vote. And that's approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item that we're going to take before we go to 10 o'clock time certain is item 48. Supervisor Long.
Thank you. All right, so I'm recommending the appointment of Donald Wunsch to the Ventura County Campaign Finance Ethics Commission, Linda Catherine Lee to the Women's Economic Roundtable, and to reappoint Patrick Parham to the Civic Service Commission. That's my motion.
Okay.
Yeah, I just note, I'm glad Linda Catherine Lee is back.
Yes.
And also, she actually was an administrator for the Campaign Finance Commission at one time. So she's got that expertise, but this is for the Women's Economic Roundtable. I understand that.
All right. And that's approved. Okay, our next item is item
49?
Well, 49? Okay, let's do 40. Let's do 49.
Sure, I do appreciate that. And I'd like to recommend Chris Delaplane to the Campaign Finance Commission. Chris is an attorney in good standing with the board. He's young, enthusiastic kind of guy, so he'd be great for us. Thanks.
Okay, please vote. And that's approved. Okay, we have a 10 o'clock time certain. This is a resolution commending the 5 Ventura County youth recipients for being selected 2017 Southern California Edison scholarships. And we have Rudy Gonzalez, a public affairs specialist, we call it, and also Rondi Guthrie here with us. And let me share a little bit something about this young folks here. We have, this is a resolution honoring Juan from Channel Islands High School. Also, Jesus Contreras Magana from Santa Paula High School, Michael Morsi Hansen from Ventura High School, and Maria Vargas from Santa Paula High School. I don't think she's absent.
She's not going to make it this morning. Yeah.
And Gazelda Vasquez from Oxnard High School. And I'm just going to read a couple of paragraphs here, and then I'll go down to. Whereas each year, Edison International, the parent company of Southern California Edison, helps students dream big and achieve their academic goals by awarding $40,000 of scholarships to high school seniors planning to major in science, technology, engineering, and math, the STEM fields at four-year college and universities. Whereas $1.2 million of Edison scholarship programs provides financial support that lets students attend colleges and universities they thought that were out of their reach, and allow them to focus on studies rather than worry about how they're going to pay for school. Edison International has a strong history of supporting education of unrepresented students who, we believe, will be successful in academic pursuit of STEM studies and make important contributions to their communities and our society. Where Edison scholars are selected for their academic success and demonstrated financial need, and the pursuit of career in the STEM field, and where in Ventura County, we received students, let me see, there was 5 out of 30 students that won out of 1,200 applicants.
That's correct.
Well, that is fantastic. Now therefore be resolved, the County of Ventura Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in honoring this year's young STEM students for being selected as Edison Scholars for 2017. Rudy?
Great. Thank you, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers, and guests. As mentioned, my name is Rudy Gonzalez. I'm a government affairs representative with Southern California Edison. And with me here today is Rondi Guthrie, my colleague. And we're grateful this morning to be able to share some exciting news regarding 5 Ventura County students who have been chosen this year as Edison Scholars. As mentioned, this $1.2 million program awards $40,000 scholarships paid over 4 years to 30 high school seniors who live in or attend high school within Edison's 50,000 square mile service territory. The selected students must plan to pursue a degree in science, technology, engineering, or math. And as mentioned by Supervisor Zaragoza, this year alone we had 1,226 applicants apply for the Scholar Award, a program that's entirely funded by shareholder dollars and administered by Scholarship America. Since 2006, Edison International has awarded $7.7 million to 580 Edison scholars. I think we should all be very proud of the fact that of the 30 recipients this year, 5 students were from Ventura County were selected. Unfortunately, we had one student who could not join us this morning. Morel Vargas from Santa Paula High School will use her scholarship to earn a degree in civil engineering from Stanford University. And if you don't mind, what I'd like to do is have each of the students come up, introduce themselves, their high schools, their major, their college, and the guests that they've brought with them. Thank you.
Who wants to go first? Michael.
You want to call one first?
Yeah, Michael's going to come up. Michael Moore.
Hi, Michael.
Why don't the guests come up?
Hey, let me introduce myself. My name is Michael Shane Morrissey Hansen. I am a senior at Ventura High School. I'm planning on attending San Diego State, and my intended major is environmental engineering. Hopefully, maybe I can minor in Spanish. I've brought along with me my amazing counselor, Joan Dodge, Carlos Cohen, my principal, and my beautiful mother, Jeannie Morrissey. These are my guests. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Good morning, members of the board. First of all, I want to say thank you for recognizing us. And I'm Jesus Contreras. I come from Santa Paula High School, and this upcoming fall, I will be attending Yale University, pursuing a degree in biomedical engineering. And came with my district superintendent, Alfonso Gambino, and my school principal, Ms. Elizabeth Garcia.
Hi, my name is Giselle Vasquez. I'm a senior at Oxnard High School. I'm going to be attending UC Irvine in the fall. My major is environmental engineering, and I brought with me my counselor, Ms. Stephanie Juarez. Thank you.
I'm a yellow jacket too. I graduated 10 years ago. Don't be like us. We'll take the photos.
Hi, good morning. My name is Juan Carrillo. Juan Carrillo, and I'm a senior at Channel Lines High School, and I will be attending the University of California, Berkeley to study mechanical engineering. And with me, I brought my parents, my father, Juan Carrillo, my mother, Maria Carrillo, and my counselor, Ms. Arriaga. Thank you.
Who else will get?
That's it.
Okay, let's take a photo here. Get on this side. Ready?
Thank you.
Everybody, come on. Big group photo. All the smart people in here.
Oh, the other supervisors are joining us.
Yeah, right behind us, okay.
Great.
Hi. Thank you so much
Kelly,
for
how
doing
can I
this.
help you?
Nice to see you.
Good job.
It's a fun part of the job.
Yeah.
It is. Smile.
Good.
How are you?
Squeeze in here. Yeah.
Yeah, good. Come on. Come on. That's good.
Yes, this is Jesus.
Just need a second. All right. Rudy, I was just going to ask you if the students are available to mentor 8 and 6-year-olds.
Talked about a lot. Now we'll be back here.
Hopefully they'll all come back here and work for the county,
I think I'm
right?
gonna go up there.
We should just have an item on recruiting.
Let me do one more. We need. Okay, getting ready to start again. We need Supervisor Bennett and or Long or Foy.
I love seeing all the kids here. It's great to remind us, why are we here? For our future.
Okay, our next item is item 30, and this is, I'd like to call Margaret Travers over to the podium. This is a recognition of Jump Start program at the juvenile facility, assisting youth to believe that they are not alone and they're able to overcome when dealing with life challenges through the arts. And we're going to have, I think we have Mark Varela here too, and Elaine Crandall from Behavioral Health, and Karen Sahoda, and we also Andrea Gonzalez, and others individuals that are here today. So I'm going to read a little bit of it and I'll go down. It says, this is from the Board of Supervisors commending Ventura County Arts Council Jumpstart Program, whereas Ventura County Arts Council, VCAC, Arts and Juvenile Justice Program is ranked among the top 4 of 27 Jumpstart programs throughout California and serves as a model case study by the Center for Research on Creativity and the California Arts Council for California Arts Council Jumpstarts Evaluation Project. And whereas VCAC Arts and Juvenile Justice Program participant or partners closely with Ventura County Probation Agency to provide educational service to minors incarcerated in the juvenile justice facility using multiple arts disciplines to impact the life and skills of the children. The VCAC Arts and Juvenile Justice Program is recognized for its results-oriented outcomes, including its published chapbooks, art installations, poetry, contest winners, demonstrating the program's ability to empower a youth population by a way of positive learning experiences that help encourage kids to reevaluate their past behavior, commit to make better choices and become good citizens, and foster academic, social, and personal development that helps improve self-image and self-esteem. Whoa, who wrote this? Therefore, be resolved, the County of Ventura Board of Supervisors commends the Ventura County Arts Council Arts and Juvenile Justice Program for the quality education services it provides in partnership with the Ventura County Probation Agency as outreach to serve incarcerated minors. Margaret, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Zaragoza and Supervisors Parks, Bennett, Long, and Foy. I'm happy to be here this morning, and Mr. Powers, excuse me. I'm happy to be here this morning to acknowledge the arts. Thank you. To acknowledge the arts. We just had science. We're all about STEAM. We put the A in there, but that's okay. They'll learn that the arts are good with science too. I would like to acknowledge two of our board members who were able to make it here this morning. Friday Gretchen, a poet who is our president, and Fernando Salinas, also a poet who is our treasurer. And they're right here. We are pleased to have the opportunity to come before you to thank you for your support and your encouragement for all of the work that we do with the arts, not just with the exhibits here at the County Government Center, but across the county with the arts. The arts are good for the economy. The arts also create a sense of place for our municipalities. Our 10 cities which have developed unique personalities through the arts. Nearly 200 community nonprofit cultural organizations headquartered throughout the county offer ample opportunity for residents to enjoy the arts as both a spectator and a participant. Most importantly, the arts add significantly to the education and on-the-job preparedness for our kids. The VCAC offers the only multidisciplinary Artists in the Classroom program available to all elementary and middle schools across the county. When the arts are part of the core curriculum, students learn how to approach situations from alternate perspectives, how to problem solve, how to work cooperatively, and that hard work and persistence pays off in a completed product. These skills are directly transferred to meeting the challenges of life itself. I would now like to turn the podium over, yield my time to Craig Rosen, who is our wonderful Director of Development, also a wonderful writer, who will tell you a little bit about the program for which we are being recognized. Thank you so much for your support.
Don't leave me. Distinguished members of the board, I want to thank you for the work that you do on behalf of Ventura County and for the opportunity to share with you this morning. You heard a little bit about our Arts and Juvenile Justice Program from Margaret, and I would like to say a few more things about that. But first, I really want to thank you all for the recent dedication you made to Margaret's late husband, Jim. That was a truly decent gesture, one that was unexpected and greatly appreciated, and thank you for doing that. So as she said, my name is Craig Rosen. I'm the Development Director for the Ventura County Arts Council. And when I first started working here, I was coaching boys and girls inside the juvenile facility as part of a national poetry recitation contest that we sponsor locally called Poetry Out Loud. One of the students from Providence that year, in the halls, as the kids say, won the contest. And that could not have happened without the participation of the county probation agency, who has, for the benefit of this contest, granted the winning student at Providence, depending, of course, on the nature of their offense, a day pass to compete at the county level. And the winner that year was a young man named Frankie, who continues to work on poetry and has stayed out of trouble. He wanted to be here today, but recently started a new job and wasn't comfortable asking for the time off. The point is, though, that he's working, and he stayed in touch with us, and he continues to pursue his art and believe in himself. None of this would be possible without the collaboration between our organizations. Chief Mark Varela and his Chief Deputy Gina Johnson have been tremendously supportive of the arts programming we bring to the juvenile facility. I'm sure everyone in this room knows of the success they've had reducing the number of incarcerated minors in our county. I'm honored to work with people so committed to the right outcomes who bring a thoughtful, well-informed, and open-minded approach to a very challenging job. The acknowledgement that we received from our partner at the state level, the California Arts Council, is because of the relationship we have with the probation agency. So the recognition we received today is shared by them as well. And recently we partnered with the Boys and Girls Club and their evening reporting center at the Teen Club in Oxnard. And that club was also the recipient of 2 awards this week. And from what I understand, that's a rare distinction. So I'm acknowledging them too.
Good job.
We are teaching poetry to some of the youth referred there by probation, and today I will leave you with the words of the youngsters. Many of these kids have such traumatic life experiences. There may be those who consider making art frivolous or even fun that kids who have done wrong don't deserve, but I would suggest that the arts can provide a pathway to dealing with the important issues and concerns these kids have that don't get expressed in other ways, if at all. I applaud any young person's willingness to confront their emotions, especially the painful ones. That's the way to catharsis and hopefully transformation. This first poem is by the young man I mentioned, Frankie. I traveled down this road, not knowing where to go, tears and holes in my clothes, not yet a ghost, but close. I don't know where to go, because I have nowhere to go. I wish I had a home. Why don't I listen? In my vision, I see greatness, but I've spent days trapped in places, placement, juvie, living in a basement. I dream of hitting the bases at Sunset Little League Durley Park. The next 2 poems that I'm going to finish with were both very young teens referred to the Teen Center. This one's called Abandoned Little Girl. Abandoned and alone, slightly unforgotten, my tears fall from my eyes. Suicide on my mind, am I alive? 'Cause I'm not really living. And the last poem, my story, was written by a young man who wasn't even 15. Young boy, I should say. When I was a young kid living broke, needed money for some dope, living in 2 houses, never was I happy. Broke a few laws, even did some time. Next thing I know, I changed my life. Thank you.
That's excellent poem. You want to share anything?
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, CEO Powers. We've had this great partnership with the Ventura County Arts Council that's just, I've seen some amazing things, and the fact that they are able to get a lot of creativity and provide a lot of opportunities and experiences for our youth who are serving commitments in our facility is just amazing. I've seen some amazing things come out of this partnership. So I'm just happy and honored to be a part of this and to continue supporting their efforts in our facility and in our evening reporting center, along with our partners from the Boys and Girls Club of Oxnard and Port Hueneme. So thank you for the opportunity to acknowledge them.
Thank you.
Just want to thank you too, Mark, for having the program to begin with, and it's so wonderful. Not only it lets them express themselves, which is kind of therapeutic, it also gives us information when we look and see the art or hear it.
Good morning, board. My name is Kenny Plummer. I'm the Evening Reporting Center Director representing the Boys and Girls Club. And I just wanted to congratulate Craig on the poetry program and how much is meant to the youth at the Boys and Girls Club, and increasing and helping them to be productive citizens. And with the ERC program, it wouldn't be possible with the collaboration with probation to make it possible, and the success since the inception in 2013. We have over a 75% graduation rate and an 80% retention, and that wouldn't be able to be possible without the collaboration probation and programs like the poetry class that Craig is doing. So I just wanted to say thank you. They're doing an excellent job.
Thank you. And we have some very talented young men out there at the facility, and I want to thank you, Margaret. You know, Margaret's the one that handles all our paintings here at the center. Thank you so much for your good work. And again, thank you, Mark, and Boys and Girls Club of Oxnard. Let's take a photo.
Kids too.
Should we look at an angle there? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Note, with all the poets and writers on your executive team, you must have some really good, annual reports and things like that, right? Well written and creative.
Okay, our next presentation is a presentation of a resolution proclaiming the month of May 2017 as Foster Families and Kinship Caregiving Awards Month in Ventura. Supervisor Bennett, Ventura County.
Thank you very much. You know, hearing the squeals of joy, but also some meltdowns out there, it reminds me that when we do this, we want to make sure that the foster care family presentation is early in the 10 o'clock presentations, one of the earlier ones rather than one of the later ones, for the benefit of those young ones and the people trying to manage them. But anyway, we always talk about how joyful it is to have this day hit when we proclaim the month of May as Foster Family and Kinship Caregivers Awareness Month. And we have Pam Grody from CFS Senior Manager, and we have Elizabeth, our own Elizabeth here. They're going to be delivering some words. I'm just going to very briefly summarize a couple of things in the resolution that I think are really important. We have 800 children in our child welfare system here in Ventura County at any point in time throughout the year. And these are children who, through no fault of their own, I mean, look at these kids. They didn't do anything wrong, right? But they suddenly have to give up everything that they had known up to that point in time when they enter the system, And they really need a meaningful connection to families and not to institutions. And that's why recognizing this as Foster Family and Kinship Caregiver Awareness Month, and recognizing the need for us to have more and more families step forward is really important. And we all need to be ambassadors trying to get the message out there that we need more foster families, we need more kinship care givers, etc. 500 quality caregiving families are going to open their hearts and children to Ventura County children this year. 127 dedicated local foster families and caregivers will adopt foster children this year. We have a lot more There are 500 out there, 127 this year. We need a lot more than 127 if we're going to have the proper flexibility to be able to place these children in the right homes. So I'd like to invite Pam and Elizabeth to come up, or maybe it's just Elizabeth, I think, and share some more words, and I'll come down for the resolution. And then, if we can, we'd like to have as many of the parents and foster parents and children as possible come down for a photo op with the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
I might need to do a song and dance to kind of entertain our kids. Mr. Powers, Supervisor Bennett, members Board of Supervisors, Barry Zimmerman. First of all, I want to say thank you, because we are a county that demonstrates commitment to children. And that comes from your leadership, it comes from your passion, and it comes from your dedication to these kids. So thank you to you. And thank you. Today really is recognition that we can't, our county is not healthy, our county is not thriving without people stepping forward to watch and care for our most vulnerable children. So you've already said it, we have 500 caregivers, some of whom came today and brought their children with them, and we want to honor them as some of the most generous, giving members of our community that are really setting an example for what a healthy community looks like. I don't need to say much. They speak for themselves. I have two caregivers today that I want to share a little bit about their stories. One is Dan Lyons. Dan Lyons is here today. He and his wife have cared for 38 children over the last 5 years. They became emergency shelter home. Emergency shelter homes are homes that we created because through the continuum of care reform, we realized and we know that children need to be with families. They need to be in home-based care with families, and that's our dedication, is that no child goes into a group home. Children are with parents. And so Dan Lyons is one of those families that in the last year, he will take any child at any time, at any age, in the night, and never say no. And so in the last 12 months, he's taken 24 children just for that purpose.
Can we stop and applaud that?
Oh, yeah.
That is the ultimate commitment to these children.
So I'm going to bring him forward, and he's going to share a little bit about what he's done.
Hello, supervisors and Mike. Had to start using these lately. So, I had great role models growing up in my parents, right? My parents did foster care when I was 12 and brought in many students and adopted my youngest brother and sister through that. And at some point realized that was something that my wife and I wanted to do. So when our youngest son went off to college, we were sitting there on the couch kind of staring at each other and decided we weren't quite ready to be empty nesters. So we started doing foster care about 6 years ago now. We're coming up on that anniversary. And last year decided that we wanted to help out in the area of emergency shelter care. And they're right, 38 placements overall in the 6 years and 25 placements since last July for emergency shelter. And having experience being what I'll call a regular foster home and emergency shelter, I mean, it's really important that when these children come from whatever situation they're in, that they have a wonderful, nice, loving home to come into. Our friends out of Costa Pacifica and Steve Ellison, they do a wonderful work and wonderful job. But at the same time, having these homes for these children is so important, I think. When a child comes to our care, we open our doors and we just try to love them and give them, treat them like one of our own children. An example, one of my favorite stories is we had a little 3-year-old come in, 2 a.m. in the morning, and the next morning she could hear her walking down the hallway, and I come out of my bedroom and she looks up at me, Grandpa? And I'm just, I've been telling my oldest son, it's about time that you get married, isn't it? But, so I think I'm about ready for that, but that was so touching. And we've had children that wrote us wonderful notes and some children that even asked us to adopt them. we're committed to helping our children stay in their schools of origin. So right now we have a 13-year-old that's out in Westlake or out in Thousand Oaks, a 14-year-old and 6-year-old that go to school in Oxnard, and another 12-year-old that's going to school in Ventura. So we're working with that. That does become a challenge sometimes. Thank goodness my dad jumps in and helps transport every once in a while, well, more than once in a while, actually. And then we really try to work on helping in the transition to the new, whatever the new situation is. Very first placement probably didn't go as planned as far as moving from the shelter home to a regular foster home. But from that point on, we make sure that we're there to help in that transition, let the child meet the new the potential foster family, even allow an overnight visit, and then eventually transition to the new home so that they have an understanding of where they're going. Let's see. Well, and I guess that's about it for my notes here. I mean, it's a wonderful program, great way. I think it's the best way possible to bring children into care. And if any of you have any other questions, like to sit down with me one-on-one, I'd be happy to do that too.
We just want to thank you. You have a lot of happy children out there. They're having a good time.
Absolutely.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you very much.
You have a big heart. Thank you.
I want to add that Dan is also part of our Businesses with Heart campaign. He has been going to local businesses because he is himself part of a local business and helping our businesses understand how they can contribute to it. And so we're really teaming with our caregivers in every way imaginable. I also want to talk about, bring forward Liz Thiel. You all have these handouts. We call it layers of support. That as we honor our caregivers, we realize for them to provide trauma-informed support and care for children, they themselves need layers of support. And one of those fundamental layers are our caregivers being peer partner educators. So they are mentors and trainers and educators to other caregivers. So they're seasoned caregivers, and Liz Thiel is one of our most seasoned. She's had 36 kids and is incredibly dedicated to what she does. Liz, if you can come forward and just share a little bit about what she does.
And Elizabeth, while she's coming forward, I just want to point out, there's a whole ripe avenue, as Dan talked about, becoming empty nesters. I mean, we've got to get the question posed to every empty nester out there that you could become a foster family.
Why not?
Yeah.
That's right. And so here is Liz is representing herself as a caregiver, but also as a peer partner educator. Do you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. Good morning. It's a privilege to stand before you today. It's an honor to be a foster parent. Our family started fostering in 2010. We have taken in 36 children and adopted 4 children. It has been life-changing for our family, profound in so many ways. We started fostering. We weren't quite empty nesters, but we had children that were emerging into adulthood. That you're going to talk to, and this is Elijah, by the way. He's one of the adopted 4. And it has, like I said, it's been life-changing for us. It's impacted our children. My biological children are on the road to being foster parents. I have my first granddaughter, and my daughter just said the other day, she goes, "Mom, we want to foster next." Okay, do you want to go play with these people? No? You want to sit with Elizabeth? No. Okay, so we'll just talk. I'll just talk really loud. And I'll share one story with you guys of a young biological mom. I'm a big believer in walking alongside the biological parents and extended family members because it's life-changing for them and it makes a difference. So this mom, she had her first child at 18. 3 weeks later, she became pregnant again. I didn't even know it could happen, but it happened. She was a substance abuser. She was addicted to methamphetamine. She continued to use in her second pregnancy. And the social worker said, "Look, this is not going to work. We're going to have to take the baby that you're carrying if you can't get your act together. Social worker asked me to step in and mentor mom. And so I started bringing this family into our home. And probably about the second or third visit, she looked at me and she said, you know what? I see what it is like to be loved by a mother. How you love my children. She goes in, I am going to do this. She got clean and sober, and she's on her third child, and she's doing wonderfully. When I sent her home, when she came to pick up her baby, which was July 29th, which is the same day Elijah was born, by the way, I thought that was pretty cool. One leaves and one comes to stay. She brought me, I had bought her a cake from Nothing But Cakes, balloons, and flowers. And for us, it was not a big cost. She comes back 1 week later, after receiving her gift and taking her child home, knock on the door on a Sunday, surprise, nothing but cake, balloons, and flowers from a family where the dad was working day jobs. It was how grateful she was. When she got pregnant with that third child, she told her husband first, and then she goes, I'm calling my princess mama, which is myself. So it's profound and life-changing in so many ways if we do it well. Foster care is a love story. It begins with your yes. I think everybody has a yes inside of them because it makes all the difference in the long run. So thank you very much. I'm also a peer partner educator, which was as of last year, and so I get to model and come alongside the other foster parents that are just beginning and walk alongside of them. And that is also a great privilege and honor.
And I want to thank you. You have a lot of patience. Thank you so much for all
Oh, I have, yeah.
Lots of patience. Put your hands together for these young ladies. Thank you so much.
So the last words, would Pam Grothy and Wendy Homan come forward? Wendy Homan is the incoming president of the Foster Parent Association, and if you'd be prepared for this, Wendy Homan has cared for 142 children. She is the living example of someone who lives
5K in his age group. He also got gold in men's doubles and tennis. I know he's entirely too modest to talk about that, but look, he's blushing. I love it. So we had great participation again this year.
We have power again. Huh?
What was that?
Okay, now we have the mics on.
Now we have the mics on.
Yeah,
I don't have to yell
hey.
so loud anymore. Exactly. So we had invited our corporate games coordinators and participants to come. Some of them probably had to get back to work because we're a busy place. But those of us who are here, who participate in the corporate games, and Mike, I want you to come down too. Bill, you'll get a picture of us. And I want to once again thank from the bottom of my heart our corporate games coordinators. We have some who have been here since the beginning, as you'll see from the roster. We have some who organize up to 3 events per person. It's a tremendous amount of work.
Yeah. Okay, Mike.
Comments, questions?
Go ahead.
Well,
No, just Mike.
Does it work? Oh, look at that. All right. Good teamwork.
Only this one works.
Just a couple, yeah, right. Thank you for pointing that out. Only mine doesn't work. So I just wanted to say, echo what Christy was saying about all the coordinators, because it's a ton of work, and I would like the board to know that, and all the county leadership, and all the county family who participated. How many people from the county family participated?
We don't know exactly how many people participate, but we had about 500 people sign up to participate online.
So
it's a
it
lot.
is huge, and it's great team spirit that comes out. Sure, we want to win, that's great, but it's also great team spirit. In fact, last year when we had the tug-of-war against our chief rival, Amgen, somebody lost their wedding ring.
Right.
And everybody pitched in, and there was like 50 people digging through that sand to find it. That's what it was about. They did find it.
Yes.
Anyway, it's just great team spirit, and I really want to thank Christy Madden for leading this charge every year, year after year. Great leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And all the participants too, all the 500 plus that signed up, I know they all won. Thank you.
Everybody wins. And
Thanks.
it is a huge opportunity. I mean, I know I'm passionate about this and about the county family and our perception to the rest of the community that we serve. And so it's an opportunity for us as county employees to get out there and to participate in a competitive, friendly environment and show other businesses and members of the community who we are and what we do. And that's really important. So the positive camaraderie and volunteering and helping out is really what I think makes it so special for the county.
But Christy, there's 500 that signed up, but you're representing 9,000 plus employees.
Exactly.
And thank you all
Exactly.
for helping us out
Yep.
and being winners. Thank you. Put your hands
Right.
together again for the winners.
All right, you guys get down here with your medals.
I love the T-shirts this
All
year,
right.
too.
Mike have his medals? No? Huh? Oh, do you like the shirts?
Yeah,
They're
we
cool,
like
huh?
the shirt.
Yeah, I work
Nice.
out in that shirt. It's fabulous.
Yeah, me
Lightweight.
too. Nice
I don't
back,
know.
too.
Which way? We'll talk to the boss.
Test.
Bill, which way do you want us to face?
Mine works.
Oh, good.
How about this me? Face me.
Face
On
me.
the camera. All right.
Oh, I got to get do this to take this. Or Tracy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, super. Thanks. All right.
Yeah. Get a motion to approve. Okay, got a first and a second. Let's vote. And that's been approved. Thank you. Our next item is item 33, and this is a public hearing regarding adoption of resolution requesting the Ventura County Watershed Protection District include the assessment as part of the fiscal year 2017-18. Mr. Pratt, we can open the public hearing.
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, board members, Mr. Powers. For the record, I'm Jeff Pratt, and I think I'm in the right place this time. Yeah, sorry, I apologize about earlier. I missed the agenda review. I didn't realize what was going on. So with that, I'm joined by a number of other of my colleagues here. This year, we did something a little different in this board letter. We show you a lot of detail of what goes on in the stormwater program because it's not well known, and it's for your board to get an idea of sort of the complexities and the requirements that come down to us from the feds through the state. But the purpose today isn't to go into that in a lot of detail. That's beyond the scope of this presentation. The purpose today is just to ask your board to set this as a public hearing and ask your board to include an amount in the Watershed Protection District's benefit assessment. And that amount, if you're able to ferret it out of the board letter, is a paltry amount indeed. It's only about $50,000 of the $4 million program we have planned for this year. That's vestigial of the fact that we set that amount during the first term permit. We're going to be on our fourth term permit shortly, but the first term permit was all about outreach, and that was circa the early 90s. So we weren't spending a lot of money in the stormwater program, and it had been the intention of the cities at the time and the unincorporated county and watershed protection district to use the benefit assessment as a vehicle for funding the stormwater requirements, which we knew at some point in the future were going to be grand indeed. So by way of a reminder, 1972, EPA passes a Clean Water Act. Inside the Clean Water Act are two sections that are particularly applicable to us. One section is called the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. That's NPDES for short. The other one's called the Total Maximum Daily Load section. And both of those sections have requirements that all local governments have to meet. The TMDL NPDES stuff is starting to come together. Traditionally, it's been on two separate paths, but in our next term permit, we expect to see them married more than they are now. The EPA delegated its authority to the states who wanted the authority to administer the Clean Water Act. And in the case of California, they stepped up and said, we want to do that ourselves. The way they do it is through the regional water quality control boards. And the Regional Water Quality Control Board issues to us a permit that usually lasts for a term of about 5 years. The last permit we had ran out of time in 2015, but it's been extended administratively. The reason we didn't start the negotiations on that permit, and it's been delayed, is that in 2002 or so, the LA County filed suit against the Regional Water Quality Control Board. The issue was unfunded mandates. Their contention was the regional board had gone beyond what the feds required in the Clean Water Act, and that was onerous. And as such, that was a state mandate, which was unfunded. They ultimately prevailed. In fact, that decision came out in about 2015, if I recall. It was, and it threw the regional boards into a little bit of chaos as they went back to look at what the implications were for them. We've been in contact with the regional board through this period, and we've actually submitted a claim for unfunded mandates that's in the millions. Now, it's throwing stuff up against the wall. We'll see what happens. Certainly the state doesn't have anything, but administratively we've created the record in the case that there ever is some recovery to be had. The first term permit was educational. The second term permit that we got, which was ended in about 2000, required a little more outreach and monitoring. The third term permit, which we're in now under an extension, required a lot of programs and projects. Each one has gotten more and more expensive. And we never get tired of telling you that the next one's going to be a whopper. We just don't know when it's coming. There are some good things about it that we know, and that is that we'll be able to submit a funding plan, and if the funding plan is realistic, we will be protected from third-party lawsuits, those who would sue us on behalf of others and if they felt we weren't doing our job, which is a huge protection. And we'll be allowed some definition in an implementation timeline, something that may be on the order of 25 or 30 years, which would be significant. And it will be watershed-based, which we at the county have been anticipating for a number of years, and we've set everything up around watersheds. There's a lot of detail in your board letter that gets at what we do, where the money goes. I'm not here to discuss it, but if you have any questions on any of those details, the experts are here with me. What you get for Zone 1 is about $20,000 a year, and Zone 2 is $35,000. Zone 3, which is the Cayugas Creek watershed, where you'd think there'd be a lot of activity, we actually got zero because that's where it was set in 95, the year they used to set when Prop 218 hit the funding levels for future years. Another thing to note is nothing's ever increased, nothing changes unless something develops and then they're brought into the stormwater program. We continue with the same assessment, the same rate. We are in discussions, as I've said before, with the city manager's CEO's office on future funding opportunities, and you can see from the letter that they could be significant. And we'll be back with you at regular reports. That concludes my presentation, and recommend your board approve the inclusion, and we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Jeff. This is a public hearing, and I don't have any speakers, so board members, I'm going to close the public hearing. And
Just one comment. This is another example of a program that does not have a sustainable funding source for all of the demands that we have out there in terms of the watersheds. And it's one that we should be serious about in terms of trying to get it to a sustainable program. And so I look forward to the things coming back. I'll make the motion and support this, but wanted to make that comment that, like a number of other things, but this one in particular is not sustainable given what we have to do and capping sort of the funding and not having it grow with inflation or increased demands which are out there and significant. Thank you.
Your board, as a note, your board letter indicate about half of it is coming from grant sources at this point, which are not eventually
not sustainable.
Gotta love those unfunded mandates.
Yeah. I also note that some of the programs that this funds do allow you to go and apply for the grants, and we have been very successful and good coordination. Sue Hughes is a lot the coordinator of much of that.
Evelina.
Thank you. That's right. Evelina, too. And I would like to ask, in the report itself, it talks about the program that I assume this funds includes inspection of business and industrial facilities, investigation of and response to reports of illicit discharges. And I'm wondering, in both of those instances, do you collect fees? For example, if you have for the inspection of the facilities, the business and industrial facilities, or do you require a payment for that? And then also in terms of the investigation of illicit discharges, do you get payment for that?
We don't get paid to do illicit discharge investigations, and there are many, but I believe we do recover. We work through environmental health with some of those inspections. Evelina, did you want to?
Okay, I just wondering, generally when you're doing inspections of private facilities, we receive a cost for that.
Does environmental health?
Well,
Adelina, you can come up to the mic. Come up to the mic.
Evelina Mutkowska, County Stormwater Program Manager. So under the previous permit, we worked with environmental health, conducting those inspections, but then we approached environmental health under our new permit, the current permit, and environmental health declined this type of detailed technical inspections to continue. So right now it's funded by general fund. We don't recover any costs.
So I would just think when you're doing you're inspecting businesses and industrial facilities, that is something that you could get a fee for, because why should the general population have to pay for the investigation of a private facility? And then secondly, regarding the investigation response to reports of illicit discharges, if it ends up in being a fine, I would hope that you could recoup some costs there if you're not already doing that. So those are just two questions about the program. And then I understand, I have watched this for a while too, that the water agencies, the stormwater, is under some significant requirements from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And they're usually looking for specific constituents to make sure that they're not in the water and that we clean the water and all that. But there's some new constituents that are coming out there, and I'm wondering, like microbead plastics, microbeads, and I'm wondering, do you know if the State Water Board is looking at that at all?
We know that the SQUIRT is looking at that, the Southern California, which is usually a precursor to the regional boards looking at that. And they're looking at a whole host of things, but it's not in any regulation yet. Right. But it could happen.
Because I know at one time our board took a position against the ridiculous packaging sometimes you will get on consumer items, and to me this is something that we should also take a position on with the unnecessary addition of these plastic microbeads in products that are ending up in our storm drains and difficult to clean through conventional methods. So just looking at what else is out there on our radar. But thank you, and thanks for looking into seeing about whether we can get some fees for service as well as for taking some of the fines if it ends in a fine when there are illicit discharges.
We'll get back to your board on that. Seems
Thank
like.
you.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. Okay, we got a first and a second on this item. Let's vote. And that's approved. Thank you, Jeff. Our next item is item 34, is the adoption of resolution designating certain county roads as overweight vehicle corridors for the operation and movement of oversized and overweight vehicles. Dave?
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, Supervisors, CEO Powers. For the record, I'm Dave Fleisch with the Public Works Agency Transportation Department. The item before you is recommending that you adopt a resolution designating the listed county roads with the limits as designated as overweight or oversized vehicle corridor. The roads listed are Hueneme Road, Rice Avenue, Telegraph Road, Santa Clara Avenue, Las Posas Road, Pleasant Valley Road, and Victoria Avenue, and those are specific designated limits on those that are in the letter. There's two primary reasons that we're requesting this designation. The first is that the Port of Hueneme specifically asked that we designate Hueneme Road and Rice Avenue, our portions of those, to assist in their freight operations and also for development of additional business for them. The City of Oxnard has already designated their portions of those two roads in their overweight corridor program, so this just connects all of that together and essentially gets you from the port to Highway 101 on a designated corridor. The second reason, and this is kind of an interesting piece that is not really well known, is we issue about 1,200 permits per year for oversized or overweight cargo. We're required by the state to issue those permits. Of those, about 2/3 of them are single use permits where we have a company coming to move a specific item, and they may not be really familiar. So that while we can designate roads, it's much easier if we set up a designated corridor system to be able to point them to that system. The corridors we selected are those that are primarily used for those single purpose or single permit type vehicles. And those corridors are all part of the National Highway System. They are structurally sound for that. I actually have some pictures of the vehicles. I thought you might be interested in seeing some of these overweight and oversized vehicles, so I don't know if they can show those from upstairs, please.
Okay.
See if we can bring up the...
I wonder, can you hear us up there? Brian's trying.
So we will continue to issue permits as we're required to do by the, we sent it yesterday, but that's all right. Anyway, so just to give you an idea, recently we had 2 electrical transformers that were shipped from the port actually out through Santa Clarita. The vehicle itself was 240 feet long. It had close to 100 tires in order to keep the load limit per tire down. It had actually 3 tractors, 2 on one end, 1 on the other, in order to transport that. And the weight of the transformer was almost 180,000 pounds. And so we've had 2 of those. We had an autoclave, which is a large oven, essentially, that was transported that same direction, 20 feet in diameter. Can't get underneath the bridges on the Highway 126. So it has to come along along Telegraph Road. And so we have a number of those, again, about 1,200 of those permits we issue a year.
So this also helped the base. I know the naval base in terms of sometimes there was a report that they had to bring a tank down a major tank size.
Right. Any load that's over a specific width or length or specific weight is required to get a designated permit. So if they are moving things from the base, and a lot of things come to the port, to and from the port as well.
Right.
Dave, do they go beyond the 101, north of the 101?
Yes, they do.
All the way to...
And these, if you look at these roads, we have Santa Clara on here, and that would
That's right.
take them
That's-
all the way up to the 118.
That's one of the main ones, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Long, and then I have a speaker too tonight.
The question I had was on the Pleasant Valley Road. So is that a single lane where you're from
It's
the
the-
State 1 to Las Posas Road?
It's
single-
both directions, but it's Pleasant Valley Road.
Right, one lane each direction.
Well, it just designates the corridor.
The corridor.
And what typically happens with these loads is they're required to have CHP escort. Most of the time, they travel at night when it's lower volume traffic. We set a lot of conditions on them, but this just points them to the road that they have to transit as they're taking the load.
Okay, and you answered some of the questions I had, which is on safety, because there are some big cutouts on each side, and we have had accidents on those roads in the past because you got a slow tractor and someone trying to pass by, and maybe there's fog or whatever, and there have been incidents. So it was good for me to hear that there is escorts and so forth on those extremely heavy load. Just wondered, that's a busy traffic road now that the 101 has been congested for so long, and just wanting to make sure that's going to be safe for our drivers. So thank you.
Dave, do you have anything else? Because I have a speaker then. It's Donna Lacayo. Donna Lacayo from the Harbor. Okay. From the Harbor District.
Yes.
Yeah. Mhm.
Good morning, members
Good
of the board, CEO. My name is Donna Lacayo. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for the Oxnard Harbor District at the Port of Hueneme. I'm here in support of Mr. Fleisch's comments. I just wanted to echo some of the points that he made. So basically, this designation is specifically for each the Port Hueneme Road and Rice Avenue is actually where is the port's intermodal corridor. A lot of cargo moves through the port every year, about 1.37 million cargo tons. And basically, the City of Oxnard and Port Hueneme have already designated portions of these roads that are theirs to be heavyweight corridor. So the only portion that is currently not designated is actually the county's portion, and this is why we are in front of you today. This corridor improves our competitiveness with customers and is also safe. So vehicles that need to be moving in that manner, they would still have to file for a permit with the cities and the county to do so, and they will be reviewed in the same way that all of other loads in that manner are reviewed. So basically, it's good for us, it's good for the community as well, because it keeps the trucks off of, a lot of the community parks or residential areas, so it's very much in their benefit as well. Just wanted to support this item, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Donna. And we do support the harbor.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion.
And please, a motion. And we need a second. Let's vote. And let me close the public hearing also.
There wasn't a public hearing.
Okay, let's vote. And that's approved. Okay, our next item is item 35, is public hearing regarding adoption of resolution regarding establishing and amending service rates and fees for various services of the county. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza.
Good morning.
Members of the board and Mr. Powers. Robert Bravo from the County Executive Office. Today I'm presenting an item for you that covers the countywide rates and fees for fiscal years 17-18. The revenue generated from these fees will be included in the preliminary budget that will come to your board on June 6th. I do have a few revisions that I would like to read for the record. On Attachment 1, Schedule A, page 18, RMA hourly rates, all planning hourly rates are changed. Attachment 1, Schedule B, planning, legislative, and final fee schedules, page 2, planner hourly rate changed to $162.93, down from $165.59, and RMA technicians hourly rate changed to $117.11, up from $116.02. Attachment 2, Schedule A, Building and Safety Legislative and Final Fee Schedules, page 3. General plan surcharge changed to $6.50, down from $7.50. And Attachment 3, Resolution, Environmental Health, Communication Services, Legislative and Final, page 5. Text was added to number 21, and the text added is, and food-related items. So, thank you. Did have a...
There it is. Yep.
So this item represents over 2,600 rates and fees for the county, with approximately 19% that don't have any change at all. They're staying the same as they are in the current year. A majority of these increases are driven by increases in demands and services, and not necessarily by the actual rate increases that you guys are approving today.
What do you mean by that? Are you saying that if you look at the total revenue, the rate may have stayed the same, but it's an increase because we're having more demands, or?
Yes, the actual demand for services has increased. It's not necessarily just the...
Not just the rate.
Not just the rate increase, because a lot of these are just little increases.
Okay.
So countywide rates and fees are included in a broad category of charges for services, which is projected to be about $1.08 billion in 17-18. In the general fund, these charges for services are anticipated to increase by over $17 million. Amongst other increases, the charges related to the cost allocation plan will be increased by $4.6 million. In the non-general fund entities, the charges for services are anticipated to increase by over $38 million. This is led by VCMC with a $22 million increase. There are a few changes that occurred for this thing that I'd like to point out. In the past, VCMC rates and fees had been included in this public hearing. Now we will include those rates and fees in the board the budget adoption in June. Also, as you're aware, the board has a policy of full cost recovery. And so consistent with this policy, the Treasurer Tax Collector has adjusted some of their fees and added some fees to reflect that full cost recovery.
Yeah, I noticed that in that earlier, that's a pretty big increase, that 547 to 1,300.
Yeah. So it hadn't been increased much in the past, and it's a charge that has only about nine customers that pay for this service.
Oh, okay.
And they actually use this data and actually resell it to other entities. So they could easily pass.
So it's not a typical resident that's trying to.
No, absolutely not. These are large businesses that pay for that.
No, but you can pay your taxes online. You can pay your taxes online, and they don't charge you. I do it.
Go ahead, Robert.
Okay. So, and also, as you also are aware, there are some exceptions to the full cost recovery. And so either by board policy or certain legislation, we hold rates to a certain amount. And so an example of this is the fire district where they've increased their rates slowly for the past few years. So this concludes my presentation.
Okay.
I'd just like to thank departments and their fiscal staff for all the help. Also like to thank Gia Ellen from the CEO's office and Don Taylor from the Auditor Controller's office for helping us.
Good job. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing, and I'm going to open the public hearing. I don't have any speakers here. Does anybody like to?
I do have a question, if I may.
Okay.
This regards also the harbor director to do leases and licenses I was also looking, it looked like rents also. And the question I have is in regards to the boating center there, and having a conference room available. And in some cases, I think there is a fee associated with it, and sometimes not. And I'm just wondering if that gets spelled out in this or elsewhere.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay, so maybe that's something we can
We-
request specifically of the harbor director, because I know we want to make that a community available, accessible
Right.
facility, and make sure that people can rent it at a low enough price that they can use it, and,
Right.
and what entities get it for free and what don't and all that. So I'd be interested in having more information on the
Okay.
harbor lease fees, leasing that or renting that out.
Understood.
please.
We'll follow up on that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we need a motion.
Mr. Chair, for the record, is the motion to include any revised documents from Mr. Bravo, or is it just simply to change the documents per his reading into the record?
I didn't hear him.
Include changes.
The changes.
Do you have revised documents to submit, or just you read the changes into the record?
No, yes, I did provide them.
So the changes, okay.
Thank you.
That's included then. Okay, let's vote.
All right.
Thank you. Let me see. That's approved. And next item I want to take up is item 47.
Thank you.
Thank you. And item 47 is to approve and authorize authorization for the RMA director to appoint Brian Baca as an extra help.
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers. For the record, I'm Chris Stevens with the Resource Management Agency, and I'm before you today to request your approval and authorization for us to retain the services of Brian Baca, who is currently serving as the manager of our commercial and industrial permit section within our planning division. He is scheduled to retire shortly, and he is filling a very crucial role within the planning division. We've outlined for you in the staff report Brian's experience as well as qualifications for the position. I think you're well aware we have some fairly significant projects, particularly in the mining industry, and Brian's expertise there, as outlined, as I said, his participation on the State Mining and Geology Board and other experience is critical for us to process our permits accordingly and according to the law. And we're asking for your approval to retain Brian after his retirement to continue working. We're described for you in here that he will initially be continuing as the manager of that section. We are actively recruiting and hopeful that we'll be able to fill that position. And at the time that we do, Brian will shift to a Planner 4 level and continue doing the technical work so that we can take advantage of his expertise and keeping those projects moving forward. I have a couple. We received a letter here afterwards. Let me hand these in.
Okay.
Should have handed those to you initially. It was a letter received late, a comment letter from Peter Goldenring, and then also being handed out to you is a memo from Kim Prilhart, the planning director, responding to some of the items raised in the comment letters that you previously received. Wanted to make sure we clarified for you on the record what some of those comments were in those letters. So,
thank you, Chris.
With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have a couple of speakers. Go ahead.
I was just say a point of order that we don't have a full board. I'd like to do this with a full board, and I know that we have
I'm not
other
sure
items at 11 o'clock that we are supposed to have been hearing, so I'm just wondering about that.
I'm not sure where Supervisor Bennett.
Chair Zaragoza, I spoke to Supervisor Bennett. He should be here momentarily.
Okay, thank you.
But I do have a couple of speakers, and we have John Heck and Catalina Brooks. Catalina.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Thank you. My name is John Hecht. I am an engineer with Sespe Consulting, 374 Polai Street, Ventura. Thanks for letting me make a few comments today. We really appreciate your time and your consideration on all these items. First, we just want to urge you to approve staff recommendation on 47. We understand the challenges of hiring qualified technical professionals. That's what we do as well, and it's difficult. We're concerned if Mr. Baca is not allowed to keep working, that the projects and the clients that we serve in the county will suffer delays due to his lack of qualified expertise. We've worked with Brian for a long time. We don't always agree on things. That's part of the process. But Brian's always careful to take the time to sit and listen and to explain his position. I've worked at the State Mining Board when Brian was there. He is a professional geologist. He is qualified, and he works very hard to represent the county's interests. So those are our comments today. Caitlin Brooks had to leave, so she is not going to come up.
Oh, she's not?
She's not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's the end of the public comments. Okay, and what's the pleasure of the board?
A couple of questions for Planning Director or Chris Arme. Thank you. We just had a robust discussion earlier about the need to do some recruiting, and we raised some salaries for employees, the planning department, because we are seeing a bit of a brain drain and then not being able to recruit new. So I'm wondering about the length of time that's being requested here for Mr. Baca. This isn't temporary in my mind. You know, it's taking not only this fiscal year, but also going into for the next fiscal year. So it's appears that you are anticipating not having someone to fill his position. And I know from his presentations over the last year, they all started off with, "This is probably the last time I'll be before you because I'm retiring." And so I'm just kind of wondering about what's happening in terms of recruiting for this position.
As I mentioned earlier, I believe it was in December, the board increased the salary range for those positions. And so we are just going out now to recruit. Our recruitment that we did at that time did not yield any candidates that met the requirements for the position. So we have kind of retooled the project description, and we are just going out. In fact, I think it is posted today. We're optimistic with the project description being revised and the increased salary that the board approved, that will attract a good candidate. The time that it takes to complete the recruitment and the interview and the hiring process is going to take at least a couple of months. And so the period of time that we have here was to reflect that amount of time, having some time for Brian to be on staff to help transition to the new manager. And then, as we've mentioned, our challenges at the Planner 4 level, filling those positions, that Brian would be able to step into that role if needed. Again, these are all if needed. We're not required to retain Brian for those hours. Our expectation is that we will probably need that time, but we want to make sure we have the hours available to us that are needed so that we can continue to do the work that needs to be done.
And also, as I understand that for the remainder of this fiscal year, he'd be as a manager. The next fiscal year, he'd be a planner 4. And then looking at the number of hours that are, that obviously isn't a full-time manager. You'd be going down to like 40% or something of a manager. How does that work in your department to not have that management filled, that position totally filled instead of just part-time?
I think the hours that we have for the remainder of the fiscal year it'll be quite a bit more than 40%. Where did Kim go? She's not there.
You know what? Actually, yeah, you're probably right. I was
for
thinking,
the remainder of the fiscal year, and then
year.
Next fiscal year, you're correct. It would be a percentage, but those hours are through PEPRA that we are limited to for him to come back. So that's where those hours that you see listed here come from.
So the 440 hours this fiscal year is pretty much a full-time manager?
I think it's very close to full-time, yes.
Then I have to scratch my head and say, why is he retiring if we're going to hire him immediately right back? So
You know, that we have a number of folks that spend many years in public service. There are any number of reasons for why they would choose to retire, and I'm sure they're related to his family and what he's planning to do there. I can't speak to his reasons for doing that, but we certainly honor those requests, and when they've earned that retirement, we certainly like to recognize it.
But again, you're saying you're bringing him back on basically full-time, so it's not really retirement, so he can be with his family if he's spending that's just a question I think is on people's minds. You know, if you retire and the next day you're not a retired person anymore, you're working full-time in the same department under a different sort of compensation.
Supervisor Long?
I'm sorry. And then just we've received some pretty damaging type of letters that are related to people from two individuals with some pretty strong-worded and serious concerns, and don't want to really discuss this at the Board of Supervisors. I don't know if, but I feel like that is something that should be addressed, because some of them are allegations that are pretty serious. So I just, something that we can't just ignore.
Yeah, as I just handed out to you a memo from the planning director responding to those, and I think that hopefully that would address any concerns that you have. Certainly, like myself and any of the employees, we're none of us are perfect, but I can assure you that if any of those claims that are in those letters were true, appropriate actions would have been taken, and I certainly wouldn't be before you today recommending that we retain Brian Services to continue processing permits.
It's a 7-page memo, and I just got it. But thank you.
Supervisor Long?
We've had this discussion with Ms. Perlhart and my staff in concern after hearing he was retiring in that brain trust. There's a lot of information that we will be losing as it walks through the door and we retire. I understand the whole PEPRA. My chief of staff decided not to take the PEPRA and came back full time. So third job, fourth job, something like that. But my concern on this is who we get and how quickly can we get that person to transfer. And the goal is to not be using Brian Baca in the future. The trust is to be hiring an employee, and Brian would be in the role of assisting in making sure that the training is going there, correct?
Absolutely. Transfer of knowledge is a key part of this.
Okay, because that's really what my concern is. I know the letters on both sides and so forth, but the skill set of the mining and oil, that is extremely important for Ventura County and what's going on right now. So I can understand the reasoning behind bringing someone who's retiring. Every time someone says, oh, I'm going to retire, and then 6 months later it slides, and then 6 months later it slides. So is this a true goal? One is for us as a county making sure that we do hire someone. And please come to the board if you're having issues with that one way or another. That's what I would really make sure that that's happening in a time frame, so that by the end of the fiscal year or 3 months or so forth, we have someone in place.
But we can't control, what, if a person retires and he wants to come back,
Right.
that's a personal thing. I think Supervisor Foy?
Yeah, no, I'm glad that you guys were able to work it out. It's just an interesting, this letter that was just handed to us from Mr. Goldenring, which is interesting because Kim's laughing back there. And some of the people he represents, I've had, I guess, the opportunity to listen to them scream in my ear about, I hate Mr. Baca, and then Mr. Goldenring, the same thing as saying, well, you should keep him. You guys have a funny thing going on there. But anyway, I do agree that, he's always been very, I got to tell you, he's one of the most knowledgeable guys, which is tough because I know that it's difficult to have that kind of depth of knowledge of what we're doing. And even when you hire somebody, it's going to, like you talk about that brain drain, how are you going to drain that knowledge out of his brain into somebody else? It's going to be tough, but I agree. Why he retires, that's his personal deal. But I thought we mismade a good opportunity, a good argument earlier today is we just need to make sure we have the quality people. There's residents and people trying to do things out there, and especially in the mining side of it. The mining side to me is, those people have to mine. If we don't get material, we import material from a long way away. We don't, and make sure those things keep going. That's a big issue. It seems to be a real understanding that he has, and hopefully when you do find somebody that can transfer that knowledge, I think it would be good. But I just thought it was interesting, Mr. Goldenring, I thought he'd be the first one to say, get rid of this guy. But anyway.
Supervisor Bennett?
Supervisor Parks made reference to the 7-page memo that you just sent out. So my question is, Supervisor Parks, would you like to delay this and have time to analyze the 7-page response letter?
Well, I really want to thank the director for putting it together, but it is difficult to digest this all. And so, yeah, actually, that would help.
But I think we already have a motion.
We have a motion and a second.
Sorry,
We have
right.
a-
We have a motion.
We have a motion and a second. So
And
this-
there can be an alternate motion for,
Can I ask this then? At any point in time, if you see that this is not what you want to do, is this handholding you to, if you decide once he's retired that you found your person and you don't want to have Brian on staff, then you would make those changes, correct?
That's great. Yeah, this is not a contractual arrangement of any kind. This is an authorization to allow us to bring him back as needed, up to a limit of hours as established by law.
Correct. So if anything changes afterwards or whatever, we can do those changes.
And Chris, you need him immediately, right?
Pardon?
You need him right away. You don't need him.
Absolutely.
Because of the
We have a
general plan
number
and-
of permits in process, particularly in the
And the
mining
general
area,
plan and-
that we could definitely use his services to continue moving those through the process.
Well, and my concern also is the fact that we already had your presentation for planning and the active versus inactive and so forth. So I'm also concerned on the hole that this is putting in your planning department.
So we got a first and a second. Let's go ahead and vote on that.
I would just also like to comment that Mr. Stevens indicated that they would like to be able to have the position filled in the next few months. I mean, obviously, I'd be willing to look at, let's just do it to the end of this fiscal year and then come back again if we need to do it again for the next fiscal year.
So
Does
that? Well, I
At
would
least
say
to
that.
does that help you or not?
Well,
I mean, that's for
the staff work will still need to be done
Regardless.
even after a manager is retained. And the expertise and experience that he has is not something that I would anticipate we would have on board July 1 to carry on the processing and technical review of those permits. I think that would be create very significant challenges for us.
So let's, we voted. Let's see how.
2 more votes.
It was my delay. I was talking.
Oh, okay. Have you voted? Okay. Okay, that's approved.
I just want to make a quick comment. I really want to thank Mr. Baca for being willing to come back and help the planning department who badly needs your expertise. So just thank you very much.
And good luck with recruiting,
And
actually.
I just want to share something, Chris. I know that you mentioned to me about the general plan and that you're inundated with homeless at work and et cetera. So I think it's important that we utilize Mr. Baca as needed. He's not going to be here 100%, I don't think so. But I think that's important that we do that, and the general plan is a tremendous amount of work, so. But thank you.
Mr. Baca is in the room. I just thank you for providing us the opportunity to use your skill set. I know that at any time you could just say no and walk away. And I appreciate your devotion to the county. So thank you very much.
And you certainly have an incredible expertise in the field that you're in, and it's good that you're be able to lend that to our planning department. And as we say, we want to make sure we can fill this position on a permanent basis instead of part-time too.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, our next item is, again, a second public hearing regarding the adoption of 2017-20 Memorandum of Agreement with the Criminal Justice Attorneys Association of Ventura County. And that's Sean?
Are you just trying to give Sean all this space
I'm-
time?
I'm
Is that
tell-
what it is? I guess.
Get him up here.
Thank you again, Chairman Zaragoza and members of the board, and Mr. Powers, Sean Otten, your Human Resources Director. And as you stated, sir, this is the second public hearing for the 2017-2022 County of Ventura Memorandum of Agreement with the Criminal Justice Attorneys Association of Ventura County. It is a 3-year term and is aligned with your compensation philosophy. I appreciate your leadership in this process, and of course that of Mr. Powers. Very briefly, again, the terms of the contract are 1.5% general salary increase each year, $50 flexible contribution increase each year, a 1% market-based adjustment each year, the first year, and then some textbook, tuition, professional development, and loan reimbursement increases that were negotiated. The MOA, again, has been ratified by the CJAC, and again, I appreciate both CJAC, our bargaining team, and your leadership in pushing through this process. Thank you so much.
Move approval, and this is a
I'm going
second.
to, this is a public hearing. Let me open the public hearing. I don't have any speakers, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Go ahead.
And it is the second reading. We voted on this once before. Do appreciate the good work, and always good to come to resolution.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Let's vote. Okay, that's approved. I'd like to share with the folks that are waiting that item 43 through 46 is going to be heard at 1:15. Item 43 to 46 is going to be heard at 1:15, just for information. And our next item is the receive and file the 2017 Department Budget Presentation for Public Defender's Office and the Healthcare Agency.
Good morning,
Public
everybody.
Defenders.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
How are you?
members of the board, Mr. Powers, Mr. Smith, who rarely gets recognized. My name's Steve Lipson. I'm a public defender, and I'm here to talk about the public defender's budget for this year. And I'd just like to initially say thank you very much. I greatly appreciate the amount of funds designated towards our office. I realize these are tricky budget times. I don't come here very often to watch, but I read the papers, I check it out. I know with healthcare, there's lots of issues, there's limited funds, and we greatly appreciate the contributions made to our office. The core mission of what the public defenders does is equal justice for all. We don't want to be like airlines where if you pay more, you get first class or business class. That might work for flying to Europe, but it doesn't work for justice. We feel very strongly that everyone who comes before the court should be treated the same. Doesn't matter how fat your wallet is, your purse is. The public defender's office defends 80% of the people they're charged by the district attorney. It's a high volume practice, and we make sure that we try and make sure that every one of them gets excellent, zealous, aggressive representation. The other core mission we have is that we defend people who are falsely accused. If you ever have the misfortune of knowing someone who's been caught up in the justice system, friend, relative, neighbor, etc., it can be daunting. And there are times when we step up next to them and make sure that their rights are protected against a very difficult system. We don't just defend people charged with crimes. We defend juveniles. We defend people with mental health issues. We staff veterans court. We staff mental health court. We staff reentry court. We staff probate court. So the public defender is well and vibrant, and we can thank you for that. I'd like to kind of address the rest of my remarks to why I think it's so important to have a strong public defender's office. And it's because the changing times, the last 5 years have been a whirlwind in the criminal justice arena. There's never been changes like this with AB 109, which is also called realignment, and Proposition 47. And it's a great opportunity to change a broken system. The criminal justice system has many flaws. It doesn't work very well in a lot of ways, and it could work much better. And we're working with our justice partners to try and collaboratively change this. We take a holistic approach to clients, which is another way of saying we look at everything. And what we're really trying to do is lower recidivism. We're looking at ways to have alternatives to incarceration. And both of those tasks are very labor intensive. It's not just trying to figure out the least amount of time someone can get. It's trying to look at the root causes for crime, the root causes for recidivism, and changing those. And if we do that, and I believe the Public Defender's Office can be a major player in this, if we do that, two things will happen. The first is, money-wise, there'll be much lower cost to the county. You can spend your money, your dollars on other things. And the second is, an improved justice system will increase public safety for everybody. We've seen the possible solutions in bail and pretrial. We were urging parties to consider things like district attorney diversion. And let me just tell you something that happened just, excuse me, just last week. We got a call from the supervising judge, Judge Ryan Wright, who said that courtroom 11, which is the courtroom where all the misdemeanors go through, is overcrowded. There are too many cases. We have to change to another courtroom, which is somewhat surprising since nationwide and statewide crime is down, but in a lot of ways filings are up. So the reason I bring that up is there have to be solutions that look outside the old model. You can't just go with mass incarceration and keep locking people up and expect the system to change. It just won't work. And being the public defender, I've been the public defender for 7 years, and on a personal note, like the last person you're talking about, I am actually retiring. This will be my last presentation. My last day will be June 16th. And the public defender has two, in my opinion, two kind of key responsibilities. I've said this every time I presented to you, all 7 times. The first is to the clients and making sure that everyone gets good representation. The second is to the county to make sure we do it in a fiscally responsible way and don't just spend money. But when those two meet and the attorneys come to me and say, we're overwhelmed, we're overloaded, my duty is to come to the CEO's office and say, we need more money. And my mantra for the last 7 years has always been, no surprises. I've never wanted to come running here and say, you know what, we don't get $750,000, we're out of business. And I think that'd be very bad practice. So in light of that, I'm giving you a heads up, a little red flag for the future. And if you want to write this one down, you can. It's called a Franklin hearing. And that's a case that basically says it's somewhat complicated, but I'll try and make it succinct. The United States Supreme Court and the California Supreme Court have both opined that putting juveniles in prison for life without the possibility of parole is unconstitutional. So what that means for my office is that every person in Ventura who was convicted of a crime that involved life in prison or the functional equivalent and was 23 years old or younger at the time has to come back for a rehearing. And those are about, we're working with the Department of Corrections, CDCR, and it's about 250 people more or less. So they're calling these in the business, they're calling these time capsule hearings, because what we're going to have to do is take someone who might be 40 years old now in San Quentin, bring them back to Ventura, and figure out what they were like when they were 19 and 20 when they got convicted of the crime. We have to look at their impulsivity, their maturity, youth-related factors, their ability to appreciate the consequences of what they did, because with that information, they are entitled to a parole hearing in the future where they can try and make a pitch for their release. This is mandated by the United States Supreme Court. So we're not going to have 240 of those hearings tomorrow, and in fact, we haven't had a hearing yet, but they're going to be trickling down, and it's going to be an expense. We've had discussions with the CEO's office about perhaps the propriety of hiring a psychiatric social worker to get going, because we have to have a lot of work, but we're still negotiating that and figuring out. Like I say, we haven't had a hearing yet, but these are coming down the pike. This is something that for the next public defender and for years in the future, this is going to be a significant workload, caseload, and expense for us. So in summary and in conclusion, I'd just like to say, on behalf of the Public Defender's Office, thank you very much. We've always appreciated the board's support. We know that it's difficult to get money our way. I've done this for 32 years. I've defended every kind of person charged with a crime you can imagine. And when they start using labels, you know you're in trouble. So when it's a wife beater or a dope dealer or a gangster or a predator or whatever it is, you've lost. These are people. These are people like us. These are people who come from our communities. They're flawed, they're broken, they haven't had the opportunities that we've had, and they're damaged. And if you look at it in any other way, you've lost. Our office looks at them like people that we're trying to help. And I realize, I think Bobby Kennedy said in a very famous speech shortly before he was assassinated, that there's not a big lobby for people charged with crimes. And I realize that any money that comes out of the fund that goes to us, there's going to be clamoring for other agencies to want it. But public safety is not about a police officer in every corner. Public safety is about a justice system that works for everybody. You need a vibrant, aggressive public defender's office. Now, on a final note, I'd just like to say thank you to my assistant, Todd Howarth, who has done a phenomenal job for the county. As Mr. Powers knows, he's on almost every committee we have with the CCP. He's one of the most knowledgeable people on realignment, does a great job. And Aurora Lazaro, who does our budget. And we're a small office. In addition to budget, she does HR and about 5 other things. But without those two, the office wouldn't function as well as it does. So with that, I'd just like to say thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may or may
Thank you,
not
Steve. Any questions to Steve? Supervisor Long?
Steve, I just wanted to say thank you very much for your time. And I really appreciated getting to know you and your office. I appreciated the education of what the public defenders do. And just thank you and enjoy your retirement.
I will.
Thank you, Steve. And likewise, we're going to miss you. How many years have you been with the Public Defender's Office?
I've been in this office 30 and a half years.
30 and a half years. That's quite a few years. So we'll see you. So you're going to sign up again for part-time work?
Probably not. I don't think you'll have the same discussion. I'm going to stay retired.
Thanks. I too want to say thank you, and I appreciate all the professionalism you bring to that and the quality that you do serve that 80% who don't have any other way possibly to be served. And so thank you very much for what you've done in your staff. Thank you.
Supervisor.
Supervisor Bennett?
Yeah,
and
I
Parks?
wanted to say you've each time that you've come, you've reminded us of the mission of the public defender, and you just said something. You said, public safety is, about more than just the policing side of the equation and stuff. And I would offer to you, my perception is there are a lot of things that you need for, for public safety, but the one thing you really have to have if you want to have a country like we have here in America is public safety needs to be built on the foundation of the rule of law. And if you're committed to the rule of law, then you have to be committed to the law being applied in the courtroom, both by the district attorney and by whoever it is defending the person. And your office plays that, essential role. So when people get frustrated, I think we have to keep reminding them, if you want to live in a country that lives by the rule of law rather than the rule of men, you need a public defender's office out there, whether you're frustrated with it or not. And you've done a great job of keeping Ventura County one of those places where we live by the rule of law and not by the rule of men. And I just want to say thank you very much for that service.
I greatly appreciate that. And one of the things I've done, just because I enjoy it, is I've been involved in a national group, the National Legal Aid and Defenders Association. So it's a group of public defenders and legal aid throughout the nation. And you wouldn't believe how bad it is in a lot of other states. It's terrible. Their public defenders have minuscule budgets, no investigation, overwhelming, brutal caseloads, and it's just not fair. And the difference is, in my opinion, is you five, and of course the CEO's office, who understand that it can't be a one-sided deal. And I'm very appreciative of after seeing the other states and even other counties in California, I'm very appreciative of what we have. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Parks and Foy, and then Long.
I just wanted to also say thank you that you are retiring. I know that it's a great loss. You've been, your whole pretty much professional career you've spent with the Public Defender's Office and then becoming the public defender. But I just, over my term here, I've just seen some wonderful people whose shoes you filled well, and realizing that what the public defender does is pretty exceptional. These people could go out there and get a lot higher paying job in other law firms and do other things, but it comes from the passion wanting to serve, and you're serving often the underdog in situations, and to just really appreciate where you come from and very much appreciate the good work you've done for our county. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So, no? Sure. Okay, so.
Do we need to make a motion? Oh, we have a speaker too.
We're not ready yet, but go ahead.
Oh, just say, you have been fiscally responsible and so forth. But what I love too is that you have looked at the root causes, as you said. You're not just coming and looking for attorneys, although you need those, but social workers and so forth. So look at so you put these folks on a better path for success in life. I think that's remarkable. And you're also not just fiscally responsible, but your office has an excellent reputation for quality representation, not just representation, but really high quality. I know that's your passion. I know he comes here and he makes this great passionate statement, but he does that everywhere he goes. Whatever meeting, it could be a meeting in front of other people, it could be just a meeting with 3 people in the office. This is who he is all the time. And because of that, I know that he's also garnered the respect of the other justice partners, the sheriff, the DA, and probation, and so forth. So just a big thank you for what you've done for our community.
Thank you, Steve, again. Now, we have the other HSA also going to make a presentation. Do we receive and file public defenders? Do we? No, separately? No, okay. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
And I know that I have Jerry Harris. You're going to want to speak on the other subject, right, Jerry? Okay. So now HSA would be Johnson Gill, or who's up?
Uh-oh, we're in trouble when he has his own PowerPoint.
Yes. Sorry.
One for Kim.
Do we order dinner, or what do we?
That too. I just want to apologize. I have an eye condition. I don't see very well, so I'm going to read some of the notes off of here. But want to, for the record, Johnson Gill with the Healthcare Agency.
Brian, you need what? Okay. Okay.
And are you going to lunch right now? Is that what it is?
Where are you going, Brian? Go ahead, Johnson.
I saw the 2 laptops. Had a few questions for you, Brian. Johnson Gill with the Healthcare Agency, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, CEO Powers, want to present our budget for 17-18 here. But before I do that, I do want to acknowledge a large group of people that are involved in the preparation of this budget and running the agency. As you know, I'm relatively new to the agency, so all the hard work that has gone into preparing the budget and some of the accomplishments that you may already know about or will hear for the first time here are happening day in and day out by a group of people who are very, very committed to serving the population that we serve. So I am here on their behalf to present this budget and go through. It is a very lengthy presentation. I will try and keep it interesting, answer any questions that you may have. I've asked Elaine to present the behavioral health portion of the budget, and then I will conclude at the end. I will present all the other divisions of the agency, and here we go. We get started.
We're going to give you an interesting rating. It doesn't happen before.
Thank you. I want to introduce the executive team here. Many of these faces are very, very familiar. There are a few additions that you will see here. Matt Sandoval as the Chief Deputy Director, and the 2 CFOs at the bottom, Fred and Chuck. Fred with the hospital and Chuck with ambulatory care. So, accomplishments. These accomplishments are from the agency's standpoint. So the first one there is something we call SPARK, Strategic Planning, Accountability, and Resource Council. This is a council that is comprised of physician leadership, admin folks, financial, fiscal folks. CEO's office is represented on this council. The focus of this council is to plan what agency's future is going to be, where the agency needs to be in this difficult market where competition and a lot of the unknowns are in our future. What is going to happen? So we have voted members on this committee. that in the upcoming months we'll be working hard to help develop what the focus of the agency is going to be. We're focused with the help of CEO's office, HR, on the culture of the organization. Currently focused on the Always culture, which is based on Daniel Goleman's work around emotional intelligence and a lot that he talks about. And the pillars of excellence are taken, these are evidence-based pillars that we've taken from Quint Studer's work and have incorporated in our planning for the future of our organization. We want to make sure that we have Cerner is something that we brought in about 3 years ago, and we want to make sure that they are equal partners in helping us make sure that all the reports that are necessary to get the financial reports out of it are there. So they have been engaged with us, I would say, the last 6-7 months, and we've already achieved a lot that we had set forward to do. That partnership will continue. Integrated services, we've listed whole person care there as just one of the things, but the philosophy of the agency is that we will work collaboratively, not only with all the divisions that are within the agency, but with other agencies as well, including community partners, to deliver a very cohesive, very integrated care. Whole person care is a model, is a pilot that we at the agency level will be using. Workforce development is a priority for the agency. Thanks to the HR, county HR department, they're investing a lot of time and effort in developing the workforce for us. A lot of trainings are happening. The program that CEO's office started, agencies participating in it. Many of you may have been to the last 2 graduations that have occurred with the LEAP program, but also we're doing specific trainings for the needs that we are seeing with our teams. Strategic priorities. When I first came on board, we started working on what our strategic priorities are going to be. Those for every division of the agency have been established. That is a stepping stone for developing our strategic plan, which we will be doing in the upcoming year. We revised our internet and intranet sites to make them more user-friendly for external customers and internal customers. Talking about the hospital, starting with the accomplishments, going to try and go through these very quickly. Please stop me if you have any questions. So, as you know, the gift that your board and the CEO's office, especially the fiscal folk that have worked very hard to give us, is the new hospital, which will be opening here shortly in a couple months. That has been a major undertaking, and we're very thankful to your board and to the commitment that you have made to the community. That has been a huge effort. Also want to talk about the quality. Just in the last couple years, a lot of work has gone into improving the quality of care that we provide at the hospital. Those acronyms there have to do with infection control. The first one is central line associated bloodstream infections. Second one is urinary tract infections that may be associated with catheters. VAP stands for ventilator associated pneumonia and other infections. We, in those areas, are above the national average as far as the numbers are concerned. TOLAC and VBAC. These are procedures that are very difficult, but our hospital offers that. And as we move into the new hospital where we have private rooms, we are looking at these 2 procedures that we can market to women that have gone through previous C-sections and now would like to deliver babies. So we're going to.
Currently, we don't do VBACs?
No, we do.
Yes.
We do. What I'm saying is that in the new facility, they will, the babies and moms will have private rooms, and we will hopefully be able to attract other women to come to our facility to do this. The next one is HEART program. This is done through BETA, and HEART stands for healing, healing emotional, healing, empathy, accountability. I should be looking at, responsiveness and trust. That is a program that we are bringing with BETA's help to the organization, starting at the hospital and then hopefully rolling it through the rest of the organization. Accomplishment is we have a CNO, a seasoned CNO at the hospital that she started about 3 weeks ago, and a chief financial officer that we introduced earlier. The last bullet point is very important. Radiology group that we brought in, they have been phenomenal partners, and as a result of their arrival, we have reduced wait times and have improved quality of the services that are given. Nighthawk was an outside service that we had to use. As a result of this group, we do not use Nighthawk, meaning another vendor that we had to engage to read late night radiology studies because of being a trauma center. These had a personal experience where before we walked out of urgent care, the read was already done. That's the quality of service these people have brought, Dr. Andy Deutsch's group has brought. The last point is a huge accomplishment. This is where we would like to go with most of our groups, where there is some risk sharing. Here specifically talking about the ER docs, we have partnered with them, and that partnership has been very beneficial. They have reduced wait times significantly in both of our EDs and the quality of care they provide. So these are major accomplishments that we have at the hospital level. The budget, the numbers, I'm not going to repeat those, but you can look at the 17-18 budget volume, in the various areas. We are taking a very conservative approach in projecting the numbers for the next year. We know that it will be busy for us. We have had a lot of conversations with each of those area medical directors and administrative leadership to project that we are going to serve that many people in the upcoming year.
Johnson, can I ask you real quick?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. If we were to say we have this one up for last year, how did we do compared to what our projection was last year compared to this? I mean, this is pretty heavy projections here, so.
Yes.
Do you have an idea what that was or how we did?
Yes. So last year was a little bit difficult for us because in our projections, the hospital was a big player. And our hope was that the hospital was going to be open and we would have patients through there. That, as you know, did not happen. Here, we will have the hospital open very early in the fiscal year. Additionally, we have spent a lot of time thinking about Santa Paula and some of the services. That is a gem that we have in that community and a lot of services that we're bringing to that area. So I'm very optimistic and confident that this year's projections we will be able to reach because those variables are under control.
So you're expecting, because once you have the new hospital, people are going to want to come, if that's where they're going to go to this brand new hospital, and that adds a lot of, if I'm going to make some choices, I may do that.
Yes.
Which is probably typical of most new hospitals. Everybody wants to hear all about it.
Yes.
But don't we compete because there's another hospital brand right down the street that's brand new too?
I would like to believe that our quality of care is much better.
Okay. But anyway, but going back to, that's the real reason why a lot of this, I mean, surgeries and people have just surgeries anyway. They have, I mean, there's actuarial norms that are there. So I was just curious, because, I mean, you look at some of these 20%, you know, and you look at even Santa Paula going up 40-something% in some of these surgeries. So you're just going to concentrate trying to drive more of that, those people leaving the community? Is that what most of this is they're leaving the community instead of doing it?
And
at the
some
general
service
hospital?
and some service lines that currently are not at Santa Paula, introducing them to that hospital.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, good.
Supervisor Parks, you have a question? No.
Just had a quick
This-
question. I'm sorry, Jonathan, to your point, Supervisor Foy. I believe you have had a pretty good increase in the last couple of years in your outpatient volume. So that bottom line on the chart there, I don't know if you have some general recollection of the.
Yes.
So previously, I think like around Cerner time, it was around 400 and some thousand.
Yes.
So that's a consistent number that's growing.
Yeah,
at those
because I hear where
levels.
you're coming.
Yeah.
The team does a lot of sort of distilling down to see how, you know, realistic these projections are, and that's one of the bases that they've seen a good increase in the last several years in outpatient volume, significant increase.
Yes.
Supervisor Bennett?
Well, I don't want to delay us here, but I was under the impression that one of the reasons why surgeries would likely go up is not just that patients would say they want to come for their surgery, but that doctors are going to want to schedule surgery at VCMC with the new hospital and the new facilities are more likely. Am I right or wrong on that? Do doctor decisions influence number of surgeries we're going to do also, I would assume?
Yes. So, you know, when you're if you're a physician or if you're a surgeon, there are several things you're looking for. You're looking for quality, you're looking for safety, you're looking for how quickly you can perform that surgery and how quickly your patient will recover. And so the kind of money and technology that we've invested in the new facility will allow you to do that.
Thank you.
So this slide is just the net income that we're looking at for 17-18. General fund, we are thankful that your board does allow us to borrow money when the need is there. Our goal is to continue to drive that down, and we are confident that with some of the measures that we're putting in place to increase our volume and improve our cash flow, that trend will continue. Here are some targets that we're shooting for, and I just want to quickly go through those. You know, we mentioned growth opportunities. So Santa Paula service expansion is huge. We're going to be introducing several things there that will be coming up here in a couple of slides. But PICU, pediatric surgery, increased deliveries, thoracic surgery is another focus of ours. And then, of course, we've spent a lot of money on robotics. The Da Vinci is here. And so we're going to focus on that and see how we can maximize in those areas. Presumptive eligibility, there is a graph that is coming up. We have very few uninsured patients left, but we want to make sure that anybody that qualifies for coverage through Medi-Cal or other sources, that we continue to provide that. Clinical outcomes and quality is, so moving forward, we already know what the flavor of Mr. Trump's government, his leadership is going to be based on what the CMS administrator and HHS secretary is talking about, and they're going to be focused around two things, quality and safety. So we already have a lot of work happening in that respect, and we will be well prepared for providing those kind of services. Continued optimization of Cerner. Earlier I mentioned that we engaged them on the fiscal front in helping us pull fiscal reports, but we also have engaged them on helping us optimize our clinical documentation. how can the docs get their work very quickly as they're documenting, where are they documenting, how those reports are getting pulled. So we've reached out to them, and they're bringing out a team to meet with us. We've met with them a couple times in the past, but the kind of engagement that we were able to arrange with them regarding fiscal reporting that we needed, that's the kind of engagement we're asking for at the clinical level. And your board just in the last meeting approved for an assistant CMIO, which we really appreciate. That person will play a very key role in helping us improve our documentation. So revenue, of course, is going to remain a main theme. Our accounts receivable will remain a focus, and you will see a demonstration of that here in a second of what they have been able to achieve in just a short period of time. Here are some areas that we will focus on when we manage expenses. So the first one here is we want to incorporate efficiency in everything that we do, taking advantage of the QAPI that we mentioned earlier, but also some of the lean methodologies that we are currently using. We want to keep Paul busy. I don't think he's busy enough. Our goal is that within the agency, in each of the divisions, that we have black belt folk that drive this kind of work, along with some partners that we can partner with. Some of our vendors offer some efficiency approaches that we will take advantage of. 340B will remain a focus. Just yesterday or day before, there was some release that we as an organization, actually it was for everybody, that we have to partner with pharmacies. So we will very aggressively pursue that to continue to offer that to our patients that we serve. The next two areas are very important. We want to look at our staffing very closely and see if our staffing is aligned properly in certain departments. Are we overstaffed, understaffed? We want to do that. And with the help of our fiscal team, a lot of help from, I want to thank Catherine Rodriguez for that. We are moving in that direction. We've already prepared several reports that are now available for the leadership team to review. The last bullet point is very important for us. We want to do, as it states, on a monthly basis, meet with each of our cost centers and review their operations. Listen to their stories, look at their financials, look at their operations to see how we can offer help. This is a huge undertaking, and it will require a lot of training. A couple of the trainings have been already conducted by Catherine herself. Now that we have a couple other CFOs within the agency, hopefully our bandwidth will be broader, and we can offer that to our managers. Here's some of the things that I mentioned about Santa Paula. So endoscopy is an area where we do need to really expand. Currently, our wait times are long, and we have identified an opportunity, space opportunity. Instead of building, instead of leasing, we have some brick and mortar space available to us that we will be using there that will significantly increase access to that. There's a third operating room that we will be adding to Santa Paula, or making it operational so that we could perform additional surgeries. And there's a huge opportunity to do perhaps elective orthopedic surgeries and offer rehab services at that hospital.
Johnson, is that your next slide, or are we? There you go.
Yeah. A little delay.
Thank you. We're looking at your presentation here.
Oh. Thank you. Here are patient volumes. So if you notice that, we have had steady increase in our patient volumes. over the years that are captured here. Assigned lives from Gold Coast are also slightly higher year over year. Our hope is that as our capacity increases, our access improves, that these numbers will continue to go in the right direction.
Which direction is that?
Very good question. I'm sure you meant that. So the direction is, we as a system for the longest time have been very committed to investing in not sick care, but well care. So the direction is, if we can engage these patients early in outpatient settings, then we're not having to spend a lot of money. So the direction that we would like to see is catch them early, engage them early, get involved in their care early. So if we, and we're already seeing that outpatient visits are high.
Is that prevention care is what
yes.
you're looking at?
So that's what well care is.
You know what I'd be interested in seeing in the future is maybe a longer horizon history, actually. So we get an idea about how has it been for like the last 5 years. Are we going up in the number of patients and compared to the amount going to our clinics and those kind of figures? So we get that idea and we have an understanding. Just a couple of years isn't enough.
Yes, and you're right. We have that information. We'll be more than happy, actually. If somebody would make note of
Thank
that,
you.
we will get that to the board. We do have that trending.
Supervisor Bennett? No, okay.
Here are two things that I wanted to share. It is very important for us that those that come to visit us are satisfied. And so these are just two numbers, HCAPS and CGCAPS. These CAP stands for, I'm going to forget now, use it all the time, Hospital Consumer Assessment of Healthcare Providers and Systems is the first one. The second one, CAPS, is the same thing, but it stands for clinician and group, or clinical and group, more for outpatient. So blue line is for inpatient, and the orange line is for outpatient. Very important for us that we stay focused on improving the experience of those that come to visit us. This is the slide that I was earlier referring to, and I want to thank our fiscal team for putting in the effort. If you look at the numbers, the cash collection has improved significantly. It's about 20 million year over year at least, and our goal is to continue to work on this. So if you notice pre-Cerner where we were, when Cerner hit, we had some difficulties, and we have made tremendous improvement. Our goal is to continue to do that.
Johnson.
I'd like to compliment everybody from the CEO on down for hanging tough in, that July 2013 period when the collections actually turned down and people were really frustrated, and the statement was, look, if you hang with this, we'll actually collect a lot more, and we now are. So anyway, from everybody that was involved in that very hard work, and I know that was very unpleasant and challenging, so congratulations.
And I do want to thank the CEO's office again, because for Catherine, every day at 2 o'clock would get on the phone with the group, just a 5-minute call. Where are we? What's happening? What key indicators are we following? So we appreciate that. And the team is committed. Dee is here. Chuck is here. Fred is here. These guys have spent a tremendous amount of time in improving our rev cycle. Do we have more opportunities? Absolutely. And we will continue to devote the resources and time necessary until we've maximized this.
So, Johnson, the invoices go out on a daily basis, or?
Yes.
They do, okay.
Yes.
Through the Cerner process, and they go ahead and bill the individuals that have been...
Dee can speak in very detail, because she's been spending a lot of time with the Cerner
She's
consultant,
concurring.
Cerner consultant, but absolutely the rate at which we're billing has significantly gone up.
That's phenomenal, yes, yeah.
6 to 8 million a
6 to 8 million a day. That's significant.
Bill charges,
That's great.
and
Yeah.
that's up from 3 to 5-ish.
That's
So almost
excellent.
almost double there. So really appreciate this team, and there again are a lot of people working on this daily. So want to thank. This is a slide I earlier mentioned. You know, our self-pay has gone down significantly since the Affordable Care Act. We will see where we go, but our goal as an organization is that everybody that walks through our doors, we qualify them for some kind of a program where we can draw down monies for the care that is provided. The goals, so obviously we want to open our pediatric ICU, opportunity for implementation of scheduling and time attendance system. This is, you know, where employees are able to clock in and clock out. That's one of our goals, hoping to implement that this coming year. Even if it is in a small area, maybe a modified version, but we would like to do that because we see that as an opportunity for saving time and some efficiencies, financial efficiencies as a result of that. Collaboration, collaboration is huge. We want to collaborate with the foundation and have a sense of share our vision with them so they can continue to collect, raise funds for the strategies that we are moving forward. One of the things that we're doing is the Ronald McDonald Room, and hopefully shortly thereafter, somewhere a Ronald McDonald House in our county where parents can stay while their loved ones are getting care. Especially kids. Santa Paula, service opportunities, so seismic reinforcing that we hope to achieve by early next year. Mentioning here, just in the VCMC system, when I say VCMC system, it's the hospitals and the ambulatory clinics other than the affiliated clinics. There are some FTEs that we're adding here. At the end, you will see a slide that gives you net increase, but here are the number of people that we have added to. This is, again, I can't thank your board and those leaders that had the vision of giving this gift to the community. If you look at the old building, Sheila Murphy, our PIO, has been doing some research, went to the library, found some old pictures. Look at the hospital that has been here well over 100 years. This new building, the way it's built, is going to serve the community for perhaps another 200 years. And that's a tremendous commitment by the leadership, by your board, to the community. So you can see some of the pictures. I know that I think all of you have had a chance to visit the new place. It is it's an amazing place.
It's a beautiful facility.
Beautiful facility.
And I like the last bullet there.
Yes.
It's on budget.
Yes. Important for this big of a project. Here's some more pictures. A lot of work is happening. We're moving in supplies. We're moving in equipment. People are going through training. And the opening ceremony, as you know, is coming up on the 9th and the 10th. And then we will be moving in the third week of July. Now that was the hospitals, talking about ambulatory care, another great area of the agency where a lot of good work happens. Accomplishment, palliative care. Palliative care is very important. We were able to introduce that on the inpatient side, but very proud that we're now able to do that on the outpatient side. It started on July 1st, and in the first 3 months, they had about 40 referrals to that clinic. And of those 40, half the patients have already been seen. This is an area of need. These patients need this, and we have a very committed group of physicians and other providers on this team. Got a chance to meet with them a couple of weeks ago. Hep C clinic, a tremendous amount of work. Want to thank Dr. Underwood and his group that have taken this on and have really reduced the wait times. As you know, in the baby boomers, Hep C is on the rise, and probably 15 years ago, many of these people were dead before they ever got a chance to see the providers. Now, thanks to access and the kind of medications, yes, they're very expensive medications, but we give these folks life. Telehealth is very important to us. We have 3 sites where we're testing it right now at the PDC, Pediatric Diagnostic Center, at Magnolia and Sierra Vista. Our goal is, once this pilot is done, we will spread this and offer this. It's a beautiful service once it's fully optimized. The HMIS system is another example that data, when you have the right data, you can do a lot with that data to make the right kind of decisions. So I want to thank again the investment that we've made in this technology of collecting information on these individuals. We have a lot of work to do, but this is an excellent start on knowing what this population's needs are. Then we can tailor our approaches. E-Consult is a grant that we've gotten. I'm sure you're familiar with the E-Consult. If not, I'll be more than happy to talk about it. This is something that we want to bring to all our providers. We have a $75,000 grant. It's at this point tabletop discussions. How will we utilize this grant? How will we bring in community physicians that refer into our system for specialty services? Thanks to our IT team, Terry Theobald, Eric Cho from Population Health, and Dr. Underwood, Dr. Laba, that are working on this project, along with many others. Really excited about this. Our goal, it's a year-long grant, but our goal is to get our planning out of the way and then apply for the second half so we can make this a reality. Gold Coast has this childhood access project that we're participating in. It's pay for performance. That's where a lot of healthcare is going these days, and we want to participate in that and make sure that our little ones have access to care. Obviously, again, looking for opportunities where we can save or enhance our services. Patient-centered medical home is a concept that we want to bring to most of our clinics and ambulatory care. We have started with 5 clinics where we will be piloting this and then spreading it to the other clinics. Team-based care really improves the outcomes for the patients and actually allows for the care providers to work at the top of their license. A whole team is responsible for a group of patients versus just the doc or a mid-level. A wonderful concept, proven to be very effective, cost-effective, and outcomes driven.
So how does it work? How does it work, Johnson? That a team then has one patient and they...
So the way patient-centered medical homes work is within a clinic. Let's say you have, let's take Las Islas. It's one of our largest, busiest clinics.
South Oxnard, yeah.
Yes. So if you take that clinic, let's say it has 10,000 lives assigned to that clinic by the insurer. If those patients just know that clinic as a place to go, yes, they will get care, but then the entire clinic is responsible for 10,000 patients. But if you break those patients in chunks of 2,000, you have 5 panels, and 5 panels then take care. So my panel, let's say if I am a provider, I may have a mid-level with me, I may have another provider with me, I will have a couple MAs with me, medical assistants with me, I will have access to a nurse, LVN, a social worker. Now that whole team is responsible for 2,000 patients. So there's a lot of work that happens on the outside of the clinic. Phone calls, did you pick up your medication? Did you make your appointment? All of that conversation happens.
And do those teams compete? They compete to see who does the best service?
So in my previous life, that's what we did. The teams did compete,
Really?
and it was a very healthy competition.
That's good.
How come you are up in X?
That's right.
Why are we not up? What are you doing? So there's a lot of good learning.
And it's good for the patients too.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Okay.
Workflow improvements, I've already mentioned that we want to make sure that we take advantage of efficiency programs and tools that are available. We will continue to use Prime as an improvement tool for our system. Outpatient specialty, again, Ocean View has really stepped up. They're doing a lot of work. We are very glad that that group is formed, and we have a lot of physicians. You can see some of the specialties that we want to bring in and offer to our patients. Patient registries are very important in this day and age when you're looking at data. Again, patient registries tell you a lot about your population. And we are very close to bringing that into our system. I think in the next couple of weeks, a board letter is coming to your board for that. And we're thankful in advance for that support. Expanded clinic hours is also what we're looking at. Here it says periodic fiscal meetings. We want to have these more frequently. Like I said earlier, MOR stands for monthly operating reviews. We would like to get to that. Perhaps start with quarterly, but then work towards a goal of meeting with our managers on a monthly basis. We are looking at some of the services in collaboration with GSA, if they could cover those for us. Is there any cost saving in doing so? That work is with Dave's team. We're working on that for ambulatory care. So here is the budget for ambulatory care. And this slide is, I think it's a very telling slide, interesting slide, kind of what our pair sources are. And as we look at our strategic plan, we will definitely be looking at these and figuring out as the environment, healthcare environment changes, what opportunities do we have of changing the payer mix and still continue to serve our mission. The goals. Data, as I said, so data is going to be huge. Population health management is the focus of healthcare these days. You have to understand what your population is, stratify that population, and then go after with specific strategies to address the needs of that population. That's the kind of work that we're doing. We're mentioning here triple aim. I'm sure you've heard of the quadruple aim. We're going to go for the quadruple aim. Triple aim is the term that CMS uses. Next bullet, we definitely are going to look at access. We need to make sure that patients at the right time, at the right place, that they are getting the care. And with the help of our specialty group, we're able to now, we're working within our primary care clinics and placing specialists in our primary care setting to provide care where the patients are. Sustainability is very important, not only just sustain, but we want to thrive, and our focus as the leadership team as we develop our strategic plan for next year is going to be very much focused on that. We want to make sure that we are recruiting quality staff, quality providers to care for the population that we serve. Challenges continue to rise quality metrics, scores. When I say challenges, the needle on the quality in healthcare keeps moving. You know, they keep pushing more and more. And it's always trying to improve yourself. So we as an organization will continue to do that. We're very fortunate that throughout the organization now we have a lot of leaders who understand what quality is. In healthcare, if you spoke about quality maybe 10, 15 years ago, people would give you very brief definitions. Now we have a quality department at the hospital. We have a quality department in ambulatory care. Elaine has a quality department in behavioral health. This is something that you would not have seen many years ago. So quality has become a big thing for us. I was sharing in one of the meetings, if you just take the hospital and outpatient, there are over 2,000 quality metrics that we have to track and follow. So quality is big, and we are, like any good system, committed to that. Population health management, here specifically talking about these three programs. Prime, we've spoken about in the past. This is the 2020 waiver program that we're participating in. Has a lot of process improvement, patient outcomes, metrics in it, and I'm just thankful to the group that works on this.
You got to move your slide. We're still following you.
Thank you. I'm just leaving the group behind.
You must say.
Yeah. The second one is a global payment program, and we are pleased to report that 87,000 services provided to those that are either underinsured or uninsured. This is a federal and state program that we're able to take advantage of. Whole person care, we're looking forward to this program. We already have a program coordinator for this. We're looking at a platform infrastructure where we will be able to, again, capture information on these patients and introduce specific interventions to turn the needle for these patients. Really excited to have this program. Here is some of the financial information. Prime, the amount of money that we can draw down, but keep in mind that all of these programs are based on our performance. As a system, if we do well, we can draw down monies. If we don't do well, then the maximum amount will not be ours to have. Our goal, of course, is not to leave any money on the table. A lot of work that goes into this. Here, just a little bit more detail on population health efforts. Will not go through every single one of these, but has a lot to do with integration and acquiring a set of data that previously perhaps was not as important. So our population health team is very small. It's 4 or 5 people, but they have learned very fast just in the last few months that they've been together, and are continue to do a lot of good work providing reports to the clinicians so that the clinicians can make the right decisions. Medical examiner, a department that I am very proud of since becoming part of the agency. A department where a lot of work before I ever got here went in.
Your slide.
I was keeping that under suspense. So I really, there are a host of people I have to thank, including Mr. Powers, who has personally devoted a lot of time giving that department a lot of thought, and Renee Higgins. There are a couple staff members that are here. I saw them. Oh, there they are.
They're back there. Yeah.
Yes. I
The
want to
troops.
thank all of them, because this department has just in the last, I would say, year or so, has come a long ways, and very proud of the work that they are doing. So here are some of their accomplishments. The first bullet point is a huge thing. They have taken it upon themselves to make sure that everybody that is there or was there is identified, and that's a huge undertaking. 3 of our investigators are now certified. Our goal is to make sure that all of our investigators are certified, so I want to thank the 3 who've taken the lead on doing this. There was a publication that jointly was done in collaboration with Behavioral Health. That was also an undertaking that they did. Refining MD-Log database for case tracking. So when a case comes in, it's important that accurate information is logged in that case. And this is a case, and Renee, correct me if I'm wrong, this is a database that connects us with other medical examiner offices, or in some cases counties that use coroner's office, where if they have somebody, this system will help track that person, and we can identify that individual. EMS, mass casualty planning, that has been a lot of work that both parties, both EMS and medical examiner, have done. Proud of the work that they're doing. Want to thank the sheriffs and the fire department. I hope they're not here, because both of them have stepped in to help us without charging us anything. So fire.
They're listening, Judge.
Hopefully not. They probably are bored and gone. But want to thank our fire department for taking our dispatch. So they dispatch on our behalf, which means our team can stay focused on the work that they need to do. Jumping to the last bullet point, thanks to the Sheriff's Department, who gave us a 10-print scanning machine. So the deceased can be scanned, and it goes into a database where they can be identified. Electronic invoicing system for billing. This is also a huge undertaking. Prior to that, it was a lot of paper, which took time, and a lot of delays were occurring. So again, want to thank the leadership, Renee specifically, for helping achieve this, and many other achievements that are not listed here. Here's the budget. When I show you the numbers in the next slide, you will notice that a small group of people achieve a lot of work. So there are only 11 FTEs in this group, but here is the amount of work that they do. We have had the privilege of introducing, your board got to meet a candidate last week. This is the machine that everybody talks about, they wish they had. And your board and our leadership had, our leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leadership had foresight of bringing this Lodox machine. It is very important. So Lodox it's very low dose radiation, and it can scan the entire body. Renee shared some pictures, some very difficult pictures with me of the scans, did not want to share. So when you have polytrauma that causes death. Historically, what you do is you take X-ray of this part of the body, then this part of the body, and sometimes kind of overlapping becomes very difficult. It's very time consuming. What this machine will do is it will scan the whole body. Any fractures, any foreign bodies, bullets can be immediately picked up. So it saves time and improves the quality of autopsies that are done. So excited about that. Not talking about the other bullet points here, but you can see. So we do have this machine. We're just doing some work at the ME's office to bring this machine and install it there, but a huge improvement in the work that we will do. Public Health Department, again, one of those departments, very proud of the work that they do day in and day out, and a few of their accomplishments are listed here. This year I had a chance to go to their disaster preparedness event that they conducted in Camarillo. It was very, very impressive, very, very impressive. They had 800 attendees in that. But the knowledge shared there was very, very important, and I would encourage for next year anybody and everybody from the community should attend. Through 30 grants, and it's a lot of work to write grants these days, so they were able to bring in quite a bit of money to continue the programs that they offer. Want to thank Rigo and his leadership team for the work that they do. I had an opportunity the other day to go meet the nurses there, just a committed group of people. Community Health Assessment Report, Rigo shared with me, is full of very valuable data on our community. And we want to use that data to develop the agency-wide strategic plan. So I want to thank all the work that Public Health has done. Workforce Development Plan, Rigo shared with me his Workforce Development Plan. Yes, it is a requirement for their accreditation, but it is a phenomenal Workforce Development Plan. In fact, what we want to do is steal some of the best practices from there for other areas of the agency. Here's their modest budget. With a little bit, they do a lot.
And on the previous slide, Johnson, where it mentioned health and all policies, that you're doing the first training series for that. After that is complete, the training series, it would be great to have a presentation at the board too on that.
Noted, and we will do that. Thank you. So when I was in public health school too many years ago, one of the things that we were taught that public health folks create, they need to learn to create something out of nothing. And that is what these professionals do. They do a lot of work with very little, and I'm thankful to them for that. Here are their goals for the upcoming year. So they want to develop a community health improvement plan, obviously in collaboration with other agency divisions, and use the community health assessment to make sure that we are addressing the needs of the community. Very important.
Johnson, I know all the departments do a lot of good work, but I just want to point out Rigo's people are, every place that I go to, I don't care what it is, they have a little booth there, and that they do a really good job. And I'm sure all of them do, but I just want to commend his department, for every event that I go, and I go to quite a few events, and they're always there, helping the public. So I'm sure that the rest of the department or agency does that, but I just wanted to share that with you.
Yeah, we just have one tent, so it just says public health. And
is that what it is? I like that. You're a good man. No. They're all in there, right?
we appreciate the public health department. They are they do a lot of work.
I'm going to remember that.
Check their badges next time.
Thank you.
All right. Collaborative efforts will continue as they develop plans to serve our community even further. They will continue with the workforce development, accreditation. They currently are accredited. Rigo, I think, in some of his presentations have mentioned that they are one of just a few departments that are accredited. And so that accreditation is not easy to achieve, and then to maintain it and go for another one. You know, a lot of kudos to them. FTEs added for the various programs. The health plan. Thankful for the health plan that we have.
I thought, Mike.
I would just thank you, Chair Zaragoza. I was just wondering, in terms of order of things, would it be okay with you if we went to behavioral health?
Behavioral health, and then
got a couple folks from the behavioral health board. That would be good if we can.
So,
thank you,
Elaine.
Thank you, Johnson. Good afternoon. My name is Elaine Crandall, Director of the Behavioral Health Department. I would remiss making this presentation without thanking you, Board of Supervisors, CEO Powers, our members of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Two people are represented here today, our chair and our first chair, Janice and Jerry. Our many, many community partners, our county partners, and of course, our wonderful staff. Staff, can you wave to the board? Thank you so much. It's been an exciting year for the Behavioral Health Department. You can see that on our outpatient clinic served, we've had a growth of about 18% on the adult side. Our crisis team contacts also have grown by 26%, mostly represented by the fact that we are now serving children. And I also wanted to mention on the adult side, our in-field visits are at 86%, which I think is just remarkable. So Julie, great job. Our access lines, so the demand for services are at 21,500 just as of last week. So their demand for services are continuing to increase. This year, in terms of major accomplishments, we started Laura's Law in January, and I really want to thank the leadership and the staff who put that together. We supporting this through a $4 million SAMHSA grant, and it is the only grant that was awarded in the state of California.
Wow, that's fantastic.
We opened up aren't bullet points great? They just say in such short minutes. It's a huge amount of work. Mental Health Rehab Center opened up in December of 2016, and within 2 weeks we were at capacity at 16. We were so proud to receive the award from the California Association for Public Hospitals and the Safety Net Institute for the Leaders Award for the data-driven organization for the reduction of patients on alprazolam from 3.5% to 1%. I want to also mention that other benzodiazepines reduced from 32% to 9%. It's a great accomplishment. And our innovations project that your board approved a few months ago went to the Office of Accountability for Mental Health. And it has been very controversial. The OAC has made a lot of changes, and we're very proud to say that day 5 projects were rejected. 1 project was approved with 50% vote, and ours was the only one that was approved by all 8 commissioners.
Great.
In the youth and family side, we've seen an increase of services by 6.7%. We do expect to see that increase this year with the passage of AB 403 and increased services to the foster care children. Our youth crisis calls, we had about 1,100 since May, and 84% of those resulted in a field visit, and we're diverting from the field 67.7% of children away from hospitals. Our Children's Crisis Stabilization Unit opened in December of 2016. As of April 24, there was 138. As of last week, there's 170. So as I mentioned once, I was worried about our census, but it is picking up. Our diversion rate, amazingly, also is very high at 62%. And we are looking at, now that's diversion from a hospital. Actual hospitalization rates compared to our baseline in 2014, are looking at this year tracking to be at a 32% reduction in actual hospitalizations. Very
That's-
proud of that, and thank you for your support.
Elaine, that's over in Fuchsia and Ventura?
This is yes.
Yeah.
And that's
In
for-
Oxnard.
Beautiful.
and is that children or that's
Children.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, children. And our Compass, which is the companion to the CSU, which is the short-term residential, actually it launched in 2007, but it opened in April, so it just opened. We have one child in there. We expanded our services in schools through SELPA. We are in 100 schools. And SELPA, a wonderful partner of ours, has a clinician in the JJC. It is the only one in the state to help with the work to transition from people out of the JJC back into the schools. And so we really are thankful and proud of our collaboration with SELPA. The continuum of care reform started out in January of 2017, and we are very grateful for our work with the Human Services Agency and multiple teams that are together continuing to see how we can launch this program, and our goal is always to be the best. On our alcohol and drug programs, we have seen a 4.5% increase over last year. I expect that to actually continue to increase at an accelerated rate as we are now looking at integrated services and working more closely with our partners in the ambulatory care and hospital systems. Our DUI clients have decreased. I think that's a good thing in terms of the community, that less people are being sent over for treatment. On overdose prevention, as far as our accomplishments, our naloxone distribution, as you can see, we've distributed 508 kits, and there have been 57 reported overdose referrals. And so this is a kit that has these injections that reverse the overdose of opioids. And we were thankful to the Gold Coast, who supported us with an additional $51,300 for the expansion of that particular project. I want to mention, I know Supervisor Parks, you mentioned something today about opioids, and we have a program called New Start for Moms. And this year alone, 94% of the babies that were born from that particular program were illicit drug-free. I think that's a fantastic outcome. And our total admissions for residential treatment is growing. You'll see a board letter coming shortly. And 16 and 17, we're looking at 534. Sounds like a big number. It doesn't meet our need. As far as our actual budget, as you can see, 50%, if you look at the chart to the left that shows revenue sources, 50% of our budget is from short dole Medi-Cal, so our fee-for-service, along with realignment. 25% is from MHSA, and the balance of the 25% comes from grants, co-payments, interfund services, and so forth. And we have a county contribution of $11.5 million goes to the IPU. $400,000 goes to court-ordered placements, and for our ADP for social detox model, about $500,000, and we're very grateful and thankful for the support there. And to the right, you can see by service type how the monies are spent. You can see a great majority of it is in mental health services, and a smaller portion is for substance abuse services and ADP. It'll be interesting to see how we measure this next year as we start to integrate mental health and ADP services. So what's coming up? As exciting as this year has been, these next few years will even be more exciting. We do have some fiscal challenges facing us in this moment. One of them is coming up, is the No Place Like Home, which will be a great program, but will take off the top of the MHSA funds beginning 18-19 fiscal year. This coming fiscal year, we will see the expiration of two of the MHSA components, which will be absorbing into our regular budget. We also wrote a grant. One of the things that we're absorbing is the workforce education and training. When I told the coordinator that we won't have monies for internship stipends, she went out and got a grant. That's how we roll. Okay, so on the growth and demand side, continuous need for psychiatric beds. We will be working closely with the agency on complex care, with the county on homeless population, continuing to look at our crisis care with our hospitals, and We added an additional FTEs for programmatic changes and our restructure. At the state, we are going to be moving to a managed care. It'll probably be a multi-year process, but the process has begun. There's always this concern about what is the future of the Affordable Care Act, but currently we are seeing from the governor's budget a realignment of mental health dollars on the growth of vehicle license fees and for the 1991 realignment to go to IHSS to offset their costs. To offset our costs of those realignments, there is a current mandate that IMDs or Institutes of Mental Disorders receive a 3.5% rate increase, and that is frozen for this period of time to assist the mental health departments. We have upcoming mandates, as I mentioned, the AB 403, the Continuum of Care Reform, and we also have, through our Behavioral Health Advisory Board, the finalization of their priorities and state priorities for MHSA. So we'll be looking at everything that we do, from contracted services to internal services, and focusing our efforts towards those mandates. Our opportunities are to integrate services, to work very closely with our partners, and to look at efficiency and redesign. So as I mentioned, we'll be looking at everything that we do. We are very keenly aware of our fiduciary responsibility to focus all our dollars to where the greatest needs are. To ensure that we have measures and outcomes to ensure that those programs and services are effective. Our clients deserve that, our community deserves that, and that's what we're going to do. And also to stay agile enough as things continue to evolve and grow, that the department stays agile and fixed again on service.
May I ask a question? You know what I think would be a helpful metric is to look at how long the hospitalization days are, not IPU, but thinking Horizon View compared to Silmar, whether, and it would just be interesting to know, to have that comparison, because this is a new facility.
I agree. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
In fact, we were just saying a lot of the charts would be great performance outcomes measures for our department as well. So thank you. I'll add that to the list.
Okay, Elaine.
May I answer any questions?
We have one speaker, Jerry Harris. Jerry, you want to speak now? Sure. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Members of the board and Mr. Powers, I'm Jerry Harris, first vice chair of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. I just wanted to let you know that we support the director's budget proposal, even though, sadly to say, it includes some budget reductions. But I want to assure you that those reductions were not made lightly. A very extensive evaluation of a lot of data and information was made before they were recommended. There were 2 work groups in which members of the community participated on one, members of our board participated on both of those boards. I was on the board. So those decisions were data-based decisions. And if you haven't seen the article in the newspaper today about the budget, it was probably one of the most supportive articles I've ever seen on a public agency making reductions in service delivery. And I think that speaks to the integrity and commitment of our director and the members of the staff of the Behavioral Health Department. Our board members are on the board because we advocate for more and improved services to the target population. So it's sad to have to say that we have to reduce, but we understand and support the reasons for that. And while I'm here, I wanted to commend the healthcare agency on the integrated care and whole person care programs. I was in public health care for about 37 years, and my colleagues and I advocated for this for a long time. It's probably one of the most significant improvements in healthcare delivery to take place in a long, long time. And we all know that people with severe and persistent mental illness and those with substance use disorders have a life expectancy that's 25 years less than the general population. This kind of program can help save lives and increase the longevity of these people. It's very important in terms of saving money as well, because when you engage in episodic care or ignore going to seek health care, that actually reduces the health status of our communities. And as such, it's more costly when these people finally come to the door for care. So these people are doing a fantastic job in the departments and healthcare agency as well as behavioral health. And frankly, I'm proud to be associated with these organizations. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. And we're very proud that you're helping us with the BHAP board, you and Janice and the rest of the board. Thank them for the good work that you do.
Thank you.
Elaine, thank you so much. Are you done?
I just wanted to know if you had any questions.
Okay. Is there any questions, Elaine? No, thank you. Then we'll go back to Johnson. Johnson's going to finish the presentation here.
Yes, and in the interest of time, I apologize. It's a very lengthy presentation. I am going to just end with just 2 slides. Here in this slide is the overall budget for the agency. And then the next slide talks about the overall goals that we have for the agency. I know you have in your slides animal services. There are a couple interesting slides there, and also the health plan. If there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to.
Questions of Johnson? Thank you. That was a short presentation, 2 hours there, Johnson. Thank you. That's a lot of information. It's a big, big agency. Michael?
And just real quick, thank you, if I could. Thank you to Johnson and the entire team. You see what it takes to run this enormous operation and all the access and reach that it provides. So great work, everyone. This is a summary, which is amazing, right? And I really wanted to thank Elaine, Dr. Shipper, the whole team there, and Jerry and the Behavioral Health Board. Nothing tougher than having to reduce services, but to do it in such a thoughtful, appropriate, data-driven way, as you say, is the only way to do it. And just thank you for being the great partners that you are, and Janice helping us with all those. So thank you very much.
And thank your team again. Thank you so much. Put your hands together for this great team. It's really thank you. And we're going to go into closed session. And I'm sorry, receive and file first. Yeah. Good point. Which includes the Public Defender's Office. Okay, that's approved. Thank you, and we'll be back in a little while. We're going into closed session. Thank you. We're back from a closed session, and our next item is item 38. I don't think we have anything to report from County Council. So this item is receive and file report back on the feasibility of the County of Ventura entering into a long-term lease with a free clinic at Simi Valley for the property located at 2003 Royal Avenue in Simi Valley.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair
Powers?
Zaragoza. Mr. Powers, board members, Scott Powers from the County Executive Office. As Supervisor Zaragoza said, this is a report back on an item that your board directed our staff in September of last year to report back on an opportunity for the free clinic to occupy a county-owned property located at 2003 Royal Avenue. Before I begin, I'd like to start with a picture just to give you a photo of the building we're talking about. It's about a 1.5 acre lot, 14,000 square foot building, zone commercial. The building was built in 1972. The county leased it right off the bat with an option to buy, and determined to purchase that property in the late 80s. The occupants of the property has been the Ag Commissioner, Public Health and Behavioral Health, which co-located under that building for many years. And most recently, Human Services Agency's Transitional Assistance Program has been housed there for about 15 to 20 years, up until about a year ago when they co-located at Madera Road with other HSA operations, which has left this building vacant for the past year. We've been working with staff, county departments, department heads, trying to find evaluating the needs of East County and Simi Valley, and trying to find some other operational opportunities to utilize this property, and have come to no avail as of now. After that time, we spoke with Supervisor Foy's office and got some work with Brian Miller and group to find some other opportunities outside of county operations for this property. The free clinic has fallen into that conversation, and they offered a proposal, and here I am before you today. One thing I want to point out is that building is fully furnished, I would say. It's got 60-plus workstations, file cabinets, equipment, et cetera. And so moving forward in discussions with the free clinic, they came to this proposal, and basically the proposal is it's cutting that building in half and using it for two different uses. And this building is well built for that intent. One half of the building would be expanding their existing free clinic services, which is medical, dental, optometry, chiropractor, and other things, and counseling, of course. And expanding what they have now. They're in 2 locations now, about 4,000 square feet, and they've been looking to expand. So half of the building, which would be about 7,000 square foot, would give them that opportunity to expand. The second half would serve as an under one roof program, providing social services for the community. And in your attachment, there is some nonprofits who have offered the support of that, including Many Mansions, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, and others. This is a very rough conceptual design. I apologize if you can't read it, but I just wanted to show you and see if my pointer works. Oh, well. Can't get rid of that now. On the left side is what I was speaking of as the free clinic portion, which would include dental offices, 6 dental offices, a few medical labs as well. And in the middle of the building there, you'll see there's opportunity for break rooms, the restrooms, et cetera. And on the right side is kind of that under one roof notion where you see the buildings as it lays out in the workspaces that could be used to kind of provide a bullpen mentality where you could, build offices around and have the inside part of the building, of the second half of the building, to be utilized for under one roof, one-stop types of programs. So this is kind of a breakout of the proposal and the comparison of what the free clinic proposed and what our office is recommending. And if your board is interested in pursuing this, first thing they offered was a $1 a year in rent. We feel that's acceptable in the sense that the free clinic would be investing up to $1.5 million of their monies into a county facility. They offered a 20-year lease term. After some consultation with county council, it was determined that 10 years would be the max according to government code, but we would offer them a 2.5-year option, which would give them 2.5 years or 30 months to do design, fundraise, and construction of the property. In addition, they asked for 18 months to fundraise and design of that $1.5 million. We feel 18 months is a good time frame to allow them to fundraise and design up to the point where they'd have permitted plans and ready to go to construction. And then you see 12 months after that time frame, which would be the construction improvements. So basically, it's a 2.5-year time frame where they could get the building prepped and ready to occupy. And then the lease takes effect for 10 years. And also they requested that the lease agreement has a 12-month additional period should they can't make that time frame. And that could be approved by your board, by our office, or up to 12 months too. It doesn't have to be 12 months. And the bottom there, or towards the bottom, you see they asked for all 14,000 square feet. Our office, and I've been working with the healthcare agency and other departments, still see an opportunity there for county operations. So what we would like to include in the lease, if we did move forward, is an option to include up to 7,000 square feet for the county to occupy. Excuse me. And that would be the under one roof portion where the county could co-locate and work with the free clinic in providing some of the same services they're doing, or something else over and above that, such as specialty care services or some exam rooms or something like that. And the last item is something we'd like to include, which is a completion guarantee bond, which would protect the county should the free clinic go into construction, do a bunch of demolition, and for some reason pack up and leave. And kind of a good example of that is the Brooks deal with the city of Ventura.
And the bond is, how much is the bond for?
I'm sorry?
The bond, how much is it for?
I don't know yet. We haven't gone to that point.
We're not there yet?
We're just
Okay.
discussing it right now. This is kind of the terms that we would recommend to
Okay.
the board.
Mhm.
This is kind of a simple timeline of how we would foresee this moving forward. You see a 2.5-year lease option, which would give them the time to fundraise, design, and approve and construct, and be ready to occupy with the 10 years in front of them. And in terms of the county's future needs, this is a term that we like to include in the lease just to protect the county's interests out there and ensure that the county's opportunities to provide future services in Simi Valley. It's hard to look forward 10 years from now, what we will need, when we will need it. But these are some examples of ideas. I've spoken with Johnson Gill about opportunities that the healthcare agency would be interested in this property in the future. Of course, if this was to occur, proper notice would occur with the free clinic, giving them every opportunity of our intent, as well as some cost considerations should they construct in there, and then the county backs in and moves in and does some reconstruction there as well. So that concludes my comments. I'm happy to take your questions. I was going to invite Fred up before, if you like, or I can take your questions now.
Can I just ask you real quick? I appreciate, and everybody's got to know that Scott has worked really diligently to go through this with Brian Miller, and they've worked together and going around through all the other agencies to see if there was a need here. And I appreciate that, because that is our first and most important thing for the county. It's a county building. But on the other side, finding this opportunity to do this is great, and to serve the public, especially with the additional dental and all the other things we as supervisors are trying to do throughout the county, which I think is great. And with the thing you're talking about, though, with the healthcare agency, which I think could be a good piece. I'm not sure how much the free clinic wants to try to manage a whole bunch of other people in there. I know they've got a really long, successful history and track record of doing what they do and do very well. Is there also the opportunity, if the healthcare agency does that maybe they would pick up some of that cost of that additional
Correct,
construction?
yes.
Because I think this total $1.5 million was over the whole.
Correct. Let's be
14,000,
honest,
right?
Supervisor, the bulk of those costs, the majority would be on the free clinic side with the OSPOD 3 and exam rooms. The under one roof is much less limited in terms of construction costs, but absolutely the county our intent wouldn't be to have them construct and then we walk in and just say,
Sure,
thank
no,
you.
I
We'll
understand.
take it.
Because I think Title 24 requires you to do the whole building when you do it and all those other things that they may not use. So
Including ADA bathrooms as well.
Yeah, and the bathrooms and stuff. But I think you're right. The way the building is set up in your plan, it kind of has two sides to it as we're going through it, and I think it works pretty good for what you're doing. So I appreciate all the hard work you've done, and listen to Fred and a few.
Supervisor Parks?
The under one roof building in Thousand Oaks works really well, and part of that is also because we do have the Health Human Services Agency there. They pay full marketplace rent, and then the service providers and nonprofits all have reduced rents as a result. So is that the kind of model we'll be looking at here?
Yes, I would say so, and I think Fred would reiterate that they're open to us, the county, and the HSA or HCA participating in this program in whatever capacity we deem fit.
And it's great to get that synergy too, particularly for someone going in for services. They can go to many different agencies all under one roof, and I guess that's the concept. And then it's also great for the service providers to know what each other are doing too. So I just think it's a great concept.
Okay, I have a couple of speakers. I have Bob Huber and Fred Bauermeister. Bob Huber? Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. And I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for their consideration on this project. And I would particularly like to thank Supervisor Foy, who a year ago, along with Brian Miller, took me over to the 2003 Royal Avenue site and showed me the potential, to which I could barely breathe after I stood there for a few minutes. When I spoke to you folks last time in September over in Oak Park, I think it was, I might have recounted some of the stories and memories I have of this building because the partnership between the free clinic and the county has been very strong. Probably the strongest back in the 70s when the county provided a number of services to help us out in our good work. And this building would take that to the next stratosphere. And we're excited to join with the county again in this project. And I also want to take a moment just to acknowledge a number of our colleagues and supporters and friends that are here. And you already mentioned Mayor Huber, who will speak after me, and the city manager from the city of Simi Valley, Eric Levitt. But a number of our nonprofit partners and many of our board directors are here as well this afternoon. So when this presentation is over, there'll be a huge evacuation. And that's just to show you how much support there is from Simi Valley.
The support's very important.
Yes. And speaking of support, just so you know, at this moment, we have $285,231 committed to this project. We haven't even started yet.
Fantastic.
You haven't approved the lease yet, but we're already ready to get started with getting engineering plans and architects in there to determine exactly what structural changes need to happen so that we can occupy the building, as Scott said, under OSHPD requirements and stuff. We're excited to do that. It's part of our destiny is to improve our services, and this will take us there. So we're excited about that. The only thing that I wanted to say that's a caution on our side is that because of the rules the county has, there's only a 10-year lease on this site. And so it's a lot of money for us to raise to put into a county-owned building without the potential for extending that lease. And
But you
I'm
have
not
options, don't you?
here to talk about that. I'm just bringing it to your attention that this is one of the things that we're concerned about, and I know and I hope that there will be some way that we could put something in writing that would allow us to have the option to renew that lease at 10 years or whatever, not only for ourselves, but for our nonprofit partners. And with that, I'm also here with Maggie Kesley, who's our board chair, board president. And so Maggie and I and any of the rest of us are happy to answer questions when they come up, but now I'll defer over to Mayor Huber.
Mayor?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Welcome.
It's unusual for me to be on this side of the dais. And I understand we have a 5-minute time limit. I'll try to keep it well within that. I want to say thank you to Supervisor Foy and to his Chief of Staff, Brian Miller, for their hard work getting us to this point, and your staff. Your staff has been really, really amazing in working with your local people, including the free clinic people. The local means Simi Valley. And I want you also to know that the free clinic was going to go into a building that we own in the city of Simi Valley, and due to unforeseen circumstances, that's not working out. And what we were going to charge them was $1 a year to be there. And so we made that commitment as a city because that's how much we value the free clinic in our community. And my personal relationship with the free clinic goes back to the very beginning. You're probably saying, how did that happen? Well, what happened is when it was started in 1971, it was on school district property, and there were some questions that came up. So the Board of Education appointed what they called a Blue Ribbon Committee to sort of shepherd that through of citizens, and I was on that committee. Fred Bauermeister was the executive director at that time and still is today, and he has a very steady hand. You can feel very assured it's going to be well run. And recently, our city council approved the building that they were going to go into. They put a lot of tenant improvements into, $143,000, and recently we unanimously approved giving them that money back because we got value on that, even though we don't know what we're going to do with it right now, but we gave them that money back. And so we're very, very proud of the free clinic. I'm retired now, but I was a personal injury lawyer for almost 40 years, and sent a lot of people over there for all their services. And the feedback that I've gotten over the last 4 decades has all been positive. And think about this. When I use the word county, you know what I'm talking about. Saved the county a lot of money for people driving across the county to use what we call the county facility, okay? And so they're doing a service for all of us in the county, and as well as the Under One Roof project in Thousand Oaks, et cetera, okay? So there is going to be a return on investment for the citizens of Ventura counties. I'm hoping that you will do everything within your means to grant as much as you can within the law for them to be successful, because we're there for them unanimously. It was a 5-0 vote in the City Council. And again, thank you for your courtesy. We're very enthusiastic about this, and I'll be glad to answer any questions too. And again, thanks to Peter Foy and to Brian Miller. I appreciate it. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any questions?
The city's been a tremendous supporter of this, and the volunteers that support what you do. I mean, I forget how many hours of time is put in, but thousands of hours. The city's been really good. They were taking one of their buildings to do the same kind of a thing, but this seems to work out even a little bit better for what they're doing. So I appreciate the mayor and the city manager and all the people coming down to support this. It's been a lot of work, and I got to commend Brian, who's put his heart and soul into this, working with Scott to make this thing happen, and the city behind it. And I know that, as Fred said, they've already got some money, and I know they've got hundreds of thousands of dollars in committed money already to do this. They're just waiting for this to happen. But I think it goes back to what Supervisor Park said. When you do bring these pieces together, you got the heart of the volunteers wanting to do it, you bring some of the county together, you do bring a whole piece together where these people can really get the services that they need at one place, and it's got that coordination. I think that she's proven it over in her district too, that's worked, and I think the county's even taken it to the new limit where they've done it, and there are other facilities that they're doing this. So yeah, I do appreciate where you've coming up here to do this, and all the people. And since 1971, I mean, Fred, that's a lot of work you put in. And I have a feeling you're just ready to take off and do some more here. So I appreciate it.
You reminded me of one thing. The staff that they have there, the volunteer staff, the legal Ron Whiteman has been there for over 20 years. Christy Schatt, the counseling head, has been over there for 20 years. Dr. Jonathan Kurihara, the medical director, has been there for 25 years. You're talking about a very stable organization, not just the paid people, but the volunteers as well. Thank you again. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. Last time I saw you, you were with the Ventura College board, you know. How many years ago was that?
Well, I'm in my 7th year as mayor, and I was on the college district from 2004 to 2010. And I know you're very close to Art, and so am I.
That's right. Good job.
I serve with Art. We still keep contact.
Fantastic.
So, and I appreciate. I do follow. I read the Star. I do follow. You're doing a great job, all of you.
Thank you.
Your staff
Thank
and
you.
all the electeds.
No question. Bob's involved in
in
so much and does so much for the city.
Take care.
Thank you. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Scott, you want to answer? I know that Fred had brought up this whole thing with the 10-year, and I know that Supervisor Zaragoza had said the same thing. There is some government requirements that certainly
Yes,
happen, right?
government code requires 10 years non-renewal, and I'm just trying to think in my head of ways of working with that, but without going to public bidding. We could go to a public bid for this. You can't beat $1 a year, so I don't know who would compete, but I'm sure there would be some competition for this property. It could be a school district, could be Rancho Simi, could be whomever the state. Maybe I'll ask Keith Filligar to come up, and maybe he can give some more information on this government code. Can you help?
You know,
because
Supervisor Foy, just while Keith's coming up, you know, if they're in there and doing a good job, nobody's going to be moving them out.
I think that's really what we kind of got to put that attitude out there. Nobody wants to see that go
I think,
away.
you know, so I mean, I appreciate we look at, but really the thing is, you perform, there is absolutely no way 5 supervisors are going to vote to move a free clinic out that's doing a good job in a community.
And Fred and his staff, they're doing a good job.
Keith Filligar, Public Works Real Estate Services. Yet the government code requires that unless the board were to declare the property surplus and then put it out to public bid, the longest term you can give is 10 years. And it can't have renewal options. Yes, ma'am.
It can't have a renewal. Can you have a rollover, though?
It says 10-year with no renewal options.
So at that point, like Supervisor Bennett just said, it comes back before we got this thing. We'd like to go another 10 years or whatever we do.
And I defer to county council on that, whether they can get around it that way or not. But we've looked for other exceptions. This is the only way to do it right now.
And it's hard. I mean, there's no question. I think we do things at the Harbor District where you get 30 years, 40 years because you're investing lots of money. But I do agree that, especially if the county's in there doing their piece, we have this coordinator, nobody's going to say, let's don't serve this population.
Michael?
One of the things I would say, I just asked county council to take a look at, say, in 2 or 3 years, could you renew it?
for a tenure, that kind of thing. So
Oh, yeah.
we'll explore that if there's anything we
Yeah,
can do to that.
so you can
So we'll
do
see.
it that way.
Right.
I think, Fred,
Okay.
going back to your thing, I think you can hear there's the commitment behind the people up here. So.
Scott?
Close my
Okay.
presentation.
What's the pleasure of the board?
So, Scott, we would receive and file this feasibility and for you to come back with a lease or whatever.
Yes, I won't be slouching on it either. I expect 30, 60 days, we can come back to your
Okay.
board, assuming the terms are all agreeable with the free clinic, and let's get moving.
That's
Okay.
great. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott and Philgar.
And I appreciate everybody
Brian.
coming. And yeah, there's no question. Brian is Mike and was there last night with me, and we're giving Brian a bad time, but because he is.
I like it that we were giving I was more of a witness to the bad time that Peter was giving him, but I did enjoy it.
Brian has put his heart and soul. Brian is so committed to the community and people for so many years, and I think everybody would agree with that. And he is really trying to do everything he could to see this move and what Fred and his whole team have done. So, thank you so
Okay.
much.
Let's vote.
I do also just want to thank Brian for his good work, but also the city of Simi Valley for their continual stepping up and helping to, get the funds back. And I just really want to appreciate the volunteers. I see Polly Vlasic out there. She used to be a county nurse, and now she gives her time for free to the free clinic, and I'm sure there's others out there too. So just really appreciate the volunteers and your board. So congratulations on this great idea. I'm glad to see it coming together.
And the support of the city, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, for the record, the motion is to approve the recommendations as stated in the staff board letter, correct?
Right.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Please vote. Okay, that's
Thank you very
approved.
much.
Thank you. Mhm. Okay, now we're going to item 43. Or you want to go to the,
We got a 2 o'clock,
What-
don't we?
what do you have? You have 5 minutes?
Whatever you'd like.
Michael, he's 5 minutes, he said. Okay, let's go. Let's go. This adopt a resolution approving the revised Ventura County Road standards.
Good afternoon, Chair Zaragoza, Supervisors, and Mr. Powers. For the record, I'm Dave Fleisch with the Public Works Agency. This item was previously presented to your board in December 13th, 2016. During that presentation, your board asked Public Works to go back and review and update the speed hump standards, which we did, and your board approved on the 17th of March. So what we have before you today is essentially the updated standards. The one other change that we did to them is instead of a signature block on every single page, it's just the index sheets that are signed now, and that's, I worked through with County Council that the appropriateness of that. It makes the administrative portions of this easier when it comes time to update individual ones.
Supervisor Parks.
I appreciated the half-hour discussion on the half-inch that we gave from 2.5 now up to 3 inches, and then with board approval, we can go to 4. So I just think, if people don't think we're making our money, we did. We've got a whole extra half-inch in our humps now.
Okay, so any other, okay, let's vote. Oops. We need a motion. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Fleisch.
Okay, that's approved. Thank you. Now we go to 43. And 43 is receive and file the countywide Continuum of Care Ventura County 2017 homeless count and subpopulation survey.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair
afternoon.
Zaragoza, members of the board. My name is Tara Caruth. I am staff to the countywide Continuum of Care and work out of the County Executive Office. And I'm going to give you a brief update on the 2017 state of homelessness, including our point-in-time count results, housing inventory information, and a broader context of the data of the homeless count numbers. So who is counted in our report? So the people that are counted in the report meet the HUD definition of homelessness. So they're literally homeless or people in emergency shelters or transitional housing. We know that in several of our other programs, we include people who are couch surfing or doubled up people who are HUD considers at risk of homelessness. Our trend continues to decline in the snapshot of homelessness, so that point in time, one night in January count. And so we're at a 9% decrease from the 2016 numbers. HUD asks every community to look at this as a one night of homelessness in your community and estimates that 3 to 4 times that number experience homelessness over the course of the year.
Could I ask a question?
Of course.
I believe it was last year when people were questioning whether the figures were correct, I think particularly for Oxnard. Now that we have this new count, do we have an understanding of whether those numbers were right or not?
Well, so what we know is we survey who we find on that day. So we send out volunteers to canvass areas of the community sometimes, so we can compare those numbers. And then we're looking at them within the broader context of our data and our homeless management database. So as far as the accuracy, I think the number decreased in Oxnard a bit this year, but each community, it's kind of a guess of what, it's just looking at that one night and one day.
Would you say then it may not have been artificially low last year since it was even lower this year?
I think that was maybe a couple years ago that there was an artificially low count. It was before I was here, and I believe there were some issues, and I think the past 3 years count, we feel like we've got a pretty solid count.
Right.
In most communities.
Thank you.
So, Sarah,
yes.
Somebody's doesn't have a bed for 4 nights is considered homeless for the entire year? Is that what you're saying?
No.
For how long?
It's just when they're literally homeless. So we get some advocates serving different populations that get frustrated that we don't count someone who is staying with grandma that night, but then the next night they might be homeless. That's one of the things that HUD's methodology doesn't account for, or if a homeless person is in the hospital or in jail on the night of the count and they're discharged to the street the next day, we don't count them if they're in institutions. So that's why we're saying over the course of the year, the number is larger than that one night.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
The total number of families, and specifically unsheltered families with children, we had a significant decrease from 2016 to 17, from 129 persons in families in 2016 to 41 in 2017. And we credit the Human Services Agency and the other providers that are providing rapid rehousing and homeless prevention services to those families, really working to house them as quickly as possible. The persons with disabilities, these are people that HUD calls chronically homeless, so people who have been homeless for 12 months or longer and have a disability. This is harder to gauge an accurate number because it's on self-reported survey data, so someone with mental illness may or may not report their mental illness and then get counted as a person with disability. But we identified 371 people that met the chronic homeless definition according to our program. The veterans data, this number actually went up slightly to 80 veterans countywide. We have been working really hard to coordinate efforts, and Jennifer Harkey on my team has been working with the veteran service providers, the VASH providers, the housing authorities, and we are working really hard to engage landlords. J.C. Oberst with the Gold Coast Veterans Foundation recently wrote a piece for the Star. We have 45 VASH vouchers that are still available to use, and we really need landlords. So we're trying to do some marketing efforts to recruit more landlords. Youth, this includes youth that are 18 to 24, that transition age youth. as well as minor youth. There was one minor that was sheltered with Interface Children and Family Services on the night of the count, and then 57 18 to 24-year-olds. Yes.
How are you marketing to the landlords? I'm wondering if our offices can assist with that, but to actually have the vouchers there, the veterans who need it, and just need to convince some landlords.
Right. We are working with those providers to develop some recommendations to bring back to the Board of Supervisors as well as the city councils to ask for some assistance in those marketing efforts.
Okay.
So we'll be coming back.
Thank you.
Tara, I know in Oxnard, the city of Oxnard used to have meetings with Section 8 landlords.
Right.
Is that another possibility that we can talk to those folks?
Yes,
Section 8.
and so Section 8 functions much like VASH. It's the same thing, except VASH is specifically for veterans.
Yeah.
The challenges across the county, we have trouble finding landlords willing to take Section 8 as well. So we're looking for landlords for all of those programs.
Good, okay.
This is self-reported subpopulation data, just showing you how high need some folks are. They could be reported in one or more of these categories. The chronic health condition is over 200 of our unsheltered people reported that need. And this included some new questions. We had 86 seniors, which we've always looked at age breakdown. We had 354 people with less than $500 monthly income. So this shows these are people that are probably not going to self-resolve their homeless situation. 187 with corrections, involvement released in the last 12 months. We also asked about Prop 47. HUD asked California communities to ask about that. And we only had 32 people that reported they knew they had been released as a result of that. And then 72 people with pets. This just breaks down by the jurisdictions. Oxnard had the most significant decrease this year. Ventura, Simi, and Thousand Oaks pretty much stayed steady from last year's count. Oxnard did have the greatest number of families, and we know from other data that those a lot of families have been served.
Could you stay on that slide for a second?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, no. We had some conversation recently in the boardroom about the funding, homeless funding and allocations, and I know some people concerned about the funding that goes to Oxnard and Ventura. That is where the homeless people are.
It's about two-thirds of the population are
two-thirds of the total
in
population
West
there.
County.
Yeah,
right.
And the families, too.
Right, yeah,
families.
breakdown on both
Yeah.
ways. Yeah, but we definitely do have people, a significant number. I do have, law enforcement will tell me in Simi and in Thousand Oaks that the number is underreported of the number of people they're tracking. We know that Santa Paula also had a bit of a decrease this year compared to last year's count, and advocates said, that was a result of the cold and rainy weather that preceded the survey. And they don't have a core service provider that's using HMIS in that community, so it's harder to gauge the data.
Well, we had a great conversation at the VCOG. I got to see this presentation this week. And we had a discussion with Mayor Broggie from Fillmore, because Fillmore is not on this list. It was counted as a 0. And the council member had gone out during the certain time and hadn't found anyone. There was a discussion of, there's not county services in that area, therefore the homeless isn't around that area as much. And there was also the discussion of, when you're dressed nice, you're not counted. No one asks you if you look like if you don't fit within that criteria, what they're looking for, they don't ask you. That was a discussion as well. So the numbers are where they are, but it does change depending on what you're looking for.
But Tara, between Oxnard, Ventura, and Hueneme, you got about 350, 60,000 people too.
Right.
the population.
The population.
I mean, that's
Absolutely. Right.
and the amount of homeless compared to the population,
Mhm.
it's really.
Right, proportional to the
Thank you.
population.
And that's a good point too. So I have made some comments in this boardroom, and so I'm trying to understand the data and where it's coming from and where the money is being spent and where are the people.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate your comments, and I'm the first one to say these numbers are not precise, accurate in any way.
Right,
But,
it's humans counting
but
humans.
cumulatively, if year after year you get, you get the same thing, 2/3 of the people there, you got a pretty good idea that that's, it may be off, but this probably is a general, if they're off in one city, they're also off in the other city, but so I would never sit there and say, oh, somebody that's a 5 or 10% difference, oh, that justifies anything, but this just gives us a picture that's been consistent each time, for whatever it's worth.
Thank you, I agree.
The line that says sheltered,
Yes.
that is not by city, right? I mean, they could be
Yes.
sheltered in a different city.
No,
but they're
that's right. That's the city they're sheltered
Origin.
in, and so the Oxnard includes winter warming shelter where people might be from Ventura, Santa Paula, other communities.
Okay, so the sheltered is by city of
By the host
by the
city.
city.
Mm-hmm.
I see. And so that assumes, I mean, one would guess then Camarillo has nothing, no shelters, Moore Park has no
Right.
shelters, Santa
Right.
Paula, Port Hueneme, 0 shelters in their cities.
Exactly.
Thank you.
So the at-risk populations, this includes the other federal definitions of homeless. So the Healthcare for the Homeless program counted over 13,000 people in 2016 as homeless, and then reported to me that just over 600 of those people met the HUD definition. Also, the Ventura County Office of Education reported over 3,200, almost 3,300 students identified as homeless, where almost 300 of them met the HUD definition over the course of 2016. Also, 211 again reported for the second year in a row that the highest calls, requests for service, was housing emergency shelter, and that was reported as their greatest unmet need for 2016. This gets to the 3 to 4 times as many people over the course of the year. There were just over 3,300 people that sought services through the homeless service providers in the HMIS system. And then this also gives you an idea of the capacity of what we can serve, because 28% of them in 2016 were housed and only 10% of them sheltered, and the other ones still had active cases in the system. And then this gives an inventory of our resources. It's important to note that in the supportive housing resources, we only have about a 10% turnover. The orange is the unutilized VASH vouchers, because that's considered supportive housing, and the 25 new at the end is the new COC-funded supportive housing with the Human Services Agency. Housing challenges, you all know, 2 to 3% vacancy rate countywide. This is from the Dyer-Sheehan report. It's, I think, important to note that fair market rent is what HUD pays compared to what the average rents are. This is part of the reason we have a hard time recruiting landlords. And then a little bit about Pathways to Home, our coordinated entry system. The Human Services Agency is the lead on that and has helped us launch that system in October 2016, where we have an inventory of the resources in HMIS. Every agency is a point of entry, which is a no wrong door approach to offering services to assess people and determine what services best meet their need. This gets to 374 people in the first 90 days. We're just now getting to the 6-month data that we'll be bringing to you, but 374 people entered the system. Of those people in the first 90 days, 40 were assisted with permanent or transitional housing. And then on this next, you can see the breakdown by East and West County. So there were 291 from Ventura, Oxnard, El Rio, Fillmore, and then 83 from Samey and Thousand Oaks. Housing First, there's been a lot of discussion about this. So this is really about low barrier programs, screening people in instead of screening people out to serve them, and really focusing on that they need housing or a safe place to stay to address their needs and help them with recovery, engaging in mental health services, et cetera.
Could you
Yes,
go back one, please?
Of course.
Can I stop you there? I think a lot of people, when they talk about this permanent housing or when they hear about it, particularly early when they hear about it, they think that you can go right from homelessness right to permanent housing with many of these homeless people.
Some people
And yet-
can.
And there are some people that can do that, particularly if you're rapidly rehousing, et cetera.
Right.
But for the population that falls in the chronic category, people that have problems, et cetera, what I am constantly hearing, and I just want to make sure that we get it on the record here and that you guys are saying that, is that there needs to be a place for them to provide services for 30 or 45 days, 60 days to get them so that they're capable of actually being able to make it in the permanent supportive housing. And that actually is part of the permanent supportive housing model, is that you have to have those. And I just want to confirm that
It's a mix of both. So there are some people that absolutely need a place to just stabilize for a little while and maybe need more intensive supports. The Turning Point Safe Haven is one of the only options that we currently have year-round to meet that need, that 10-bed facility. Then there are other people that the outreach workers and case managers meet someone who has lived in an apartment and managed before,
Sure.
but they've been sort of not able to get back in. And even though they might meet the chronic definition, they're not as complex of a case as others.
What we're hearing from our case workers, et cetera, is they're wasting an enormous amount of time. If they spend an evening with somebody, they now are ready and they go back the next day and they're not in that spot. But if they could get them into a building,
Right.
a temporary facility,
Absolutely.
and they could spend 30 days with them where they're there and they could get back every day, now
Right.
they're not wasting their time.
Right.
I'd almost put a little step in there that for half of them or whatever, there is a need for, so you're jumping all the way over shelter placement. This thing jumps all the way over shelter placement. There is not the old-fashioned shelter, which is just shelter, they just vegetate there and they just keep cycling through and cycling through. This would be a short-term shelter that you get to use, and it either works or you're gone, because you got to get somebody else there to be able to then move them into permanent housing. So I just want to suggest I just don't want to leave that out, because that's actually where the big battle is right now. The issue of permanent housing is another issue, but it's one that the cities are going to have to really work with us on in terms of actually getting, enough of that constructed. So thank you.
Supervisor Parks? No? Okay. Go ahead, Turner.
And then we included some recommendations. The COC board adopted these, and we're asking your board as well that committing to assisting with ending veteran homelessness, adopting a zero tolerance policy for children on the streets, continuing implementing expanding pathways to home, increasing supportive housing units, and starting with our unsheltered data as baseline, despite how imperfect it might be, to have some place to start measuring progress. And obviously, we'll have to come back to the COC board and your board on how to accomplish these recommendations.
Okay. And on the third bullet, or we're talking to the cities on that, or?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right.
Any other
questions?
And Mr. Powers, you were talking about working with the cities too to get an overall countywide memo of agreement, or.
That's right.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Parks. Excuse me. At the one of the more recent continuum of care board meetings, the board did ask myself and Drew Powers, city manager for Thousand Oaks, to go back to the city managers meeting and ask them to sign on to a countywide MOU where every city agrees in their own way to address the homeless issues in their community. And for cities like Oxnard and Ventura, it's a permanent year-round shelter plus other things. For Camarillo and Thousand Oaks, it's going to look different, and so forth. And so, to some degree, in some cities, we're saying, you're already doing these things. Let's document them in this one MOU. So we're going to continue to push for that.
It'd be great also to have an arm for partnering with private businesses and all too, because I know some will step up to the plate.
right.
And probably some are, but in terms of the homeless issue particularly, that would be great to get some further involvement from the private sector.
Yeah, we have been engaging more so. There has been some interest specifically in Ventura and with their chamber, and they're trying to engage countywide.
To the Chamber of Ventura.
And to that point, Supervisor Parks, as part of our economic vitality plan that we'll bring back to your board in a few months, this is an issue because intrinsically we know we want to solve the homeless problem, but it's also a big problem for our businesses. Our, downtown organizations are very interested in helping whatever they can do to help solve this problem. So we want to harness those good spirits and efforts.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board? We're gonna first, we need a second. Please vote.
Just one last
Michael.
comment, just to Tara and Christy and the team. There's a lot of great information at the end of a long day, very well summarized, but a lot in there. And just that Pathways to Home slide. I can remember a year and a half ago when you had this best practice person come from this national homeless expert come and talk about this, and you had 60 people in the room, private providers, public, and everybody sort of scratching their heads. Is this actually going to happen?
That's right.
Well, it's actually happening. And it has been for the last 4 or 5 months. So tons of work yet to do, but a tremendous progress. So thank you.
Thank you, Chrissy, and your staff. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, our next item is item 44, adoption of resolution providing for the issuance of sales, 2017 tax and revenue anticipation notes not to exceed $100 million. $190 million. And of course, we already got approval by Michael by the financial board committee.
Yes.
We got approval by.
Right, okay.
I'd like to make a move and,
You're so good. I'll just sit down.
Go ahead and do it.
Dang, you're good.
And also, okay, we got a second? That's not fast enough.
We're moving.
Please vote.
Okay, 4 minutes.
Catherine, are you okay?
You waited for that all day.
45 is approval of response to 2016. This is from the grand jury report. Matt.
Morning, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Matt Carroll with County Executive Office. You've had the draft response for a couple weeks. Basically, it notes a couple real quick points. It notes that the responsibility for the system lies with the county clerk recorder, and this report response is not on his behalf, and makes a recommendation that the grand jury perhaps ask the clerk recorder to respond directly. It also disagrees partially with a couple of the conclusions that the system, rather than overly complex, is kind of based on having many more options, and therefore does have some shortcomings in the navigation to get to it. And once you're there, it is relatively more complex than the simple city sites, but overly complex, that's not our take on it. And then the last item on the recommendation, it was been implemented. There is a link on the main county website. So with that, we're open to comments or feedback from your board to make changes.
Good report.
Yeah, I would also just say that while we do provide that information, there are many cities out there that absolutely do not put anything online, which are the 460 reports of their elected officials, and that is an important piece of information. People want to be able to follow the money, and there's no way of doing that unless you go down into City Hall and you ask for the documents. It should all be up, and hopefully with the grand jury report, the other cities who aren't doing anything will step up to the plate and put theirs online also. So thank you, and also just thank you for your review. It is a lot of complexity in there, and what is available, and it's not as easy or as something that you would understand without having a little bit of knowledge to begin with. So what our county clerk can do to make it a little bit more simpler for people to be able to go on and see, that will, I think, be helpful overall. But I just really appreciative of the fact that we have it online, and the few that do, that they are doing it. But I do think it's time for the others to step up and have that available everywhere.
Supervisor Foy and Long?
I just appreciate all the hard work Matt goes to do these things, and I don't want it to go unnoticed, and thank you for, and then there's some recommendations that, like I said, worked out, so that's good, thanks.
I also wanted to just say thank you. You reached out to me as a newbie going through the election cycle, and all the different things that someone who's not within the county might be witnessing. So I appreciate that, because sometimes it is, we overthink things, and if we can make it a little bit easier, it'd be great. And the system is very dynamic. You can dive down and get a lot of details. It's just got you have to know what to look for. So I appreciate very much just, understanding and listening and then providing the information. So thank you.
Thank you, Matt, because we have a good report with the grand jury, and he did an excellent job.
All right, and I'd like to thank Robert Bravo for his help in our office in putting it together.
Robert, thank Robert for
On that,
excellent.
I'd make a motion.
You take motion? Got a second? Please vote. That's approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item 46 is approval of general fund cash loan to the General Services Agency Transportation Fund for the purpose of replacing 111 Sheriff Department and probation vehicles, up to 3.8. David?
Good afternoon, Chair Zaragoza, Supervisors Parks, Long, Bennett, and Foy. Mr. Powers, for the record, I'm Dave Sasek, the Director of the General Services Agency, and I'm here requesting your board approve a general fund revolving loan to the General Services Agency Transportation Fund up to an amount of $3.8 million for the purpose of replacing vehicles for the sheriff's and probation departments. For the past few years, the financial structure of the GSA Transportation Internal Services Fund has created a situation in which the fund has been unable to adequately recoup capital costs for vehicles purchased, and as a result, the fund cash balance has experienced an overall declining trend since fiscal year 2009-2010. The current fund balance is $1.8 million, which is sufficient for daily operating needs, but insufficient to cover the pending $3.8 million in required new law enforcement vehicles for this year. The factors that contributed to this situation include the impact of inflation on replacement costs, which has not been included in the annual rent charged, the addition of 91 vehicles to support program growth and field operations of various county agencies worth approximately $4.1 million, with no increase in upfront funds, replacing gas-powered vehicles with more expensive hybrid and electric vehicles, the increased costs of purchasing and equipping for service the sheriff's Chevy Tahoes compared to the Crown Victorias, and the fact that only 85% of the vehicle's book value was recoverable through depreciation, with the remaining 15% expected to be recovered through public auction. GSA is working with the CEO's office to evaluate current fleet utilization practices in all county departments and to evaluate and address the issues that are negatively impacting the cash balance. This evaluation will look at opportunities to right-size the fleet inventory and evaluate vehicles that are underutilized by the departments. As part of this study, we will also evaluate the feasibility of restructuring our funding mechanisms for future purchases of fleet vehicles in an attempt to address the contributing factors previously discussed. GSA has already revised the rates to allow for 100% recovery of the purchase price of vehicles for all new and replacement vehicles beginning on 1 July 2017. Additional strategies could include revising the process for financing new vehicles and including an inflation factor in the capital recovery model used for the development of rates charged for vehicles. However, GSA Transportation may require additional relief in the future to address immediate structural cash flow issues related to capital equipment purchases to enable the replacement of vehicles for other county agencies. On April 25th, 2017, the Financial Planning Committee approved the revolving fund loan, and GSA now seeks your approval. This completes my presentation, pending any questions that you may have.
And David, your staff did an excellent presentation to the committee, so.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. Second. Let's vote.
Look forward to that right sizing and all that you're going to do.
And that's approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the last item. So, correspondence. Do we have correspondence? We don't, do we? 52, okay. Okay, first and a second. Please vote. And those are approved. That's it, huh? So we're adjourned. Thank you.